So it is going to be a gateway forward expand, and then it's going to be unfortunately, a third base is a natural for Nikic. Tisk. But Mana is one of the most consistent pylon blockers, I think, of all the Protosses. So most likely not a surprise, and most likely what Mana did last game as well. We're on Amygdala, and I'm really not sure how Nikic plays. We know that Mana can be aggressive, but then if he is feeling like he is the favorite, maybe he doesn't bother. Maybe he just plays it nice and cool and lets Nikic be the aggressive one. I would say that if the Zerg player is, not the favorite. Yeah, not the favorite, and... Well, let's just put it honestly. All right, like some of these European Zergs who kind of muddle around below the top 16 of the region, they I feel like they tend to be aggressive. But that might just be blanket calling out all the Zergs when only one or two are actually aggressive, and then only one or two actually sign up and actually play in these tournaments. Which is trying to fix. They do have a bounty for the highest ranking Zerg player. Last week that was a laser. This week it could be Nikic. I don't know what the rest of the bracket looks like, but I believe there are at least 2 more Zergs who could contest the highest ranking Zerg player. Oh, there's Mixu. And I don't know if 3-Point plays Zerg. Because 3-Point is a name for someone else as well, right? We went over this with the SC Evo tournament. Who is 3-Point again? Damn. Is he Han Mono? Might be Han Mono. Anyway, and then that is most of the contestants. We got Eric Fire, who's actually in the lower bracket. Wait, he's actually Terran. I don't know why I was thinking Zerg. I mean, yeah, it's still only 2 Zerg. Galazer didn't play today. Raynor and Sarah will never play. Raynor, might be more so practicing League of Legends, while it's even more of the off season than I guess it already was, if that's what we're going to be calling it now. Which is that no major tournaments are coming up. This is unfortunate. The Oracle, though it has plenty of energy, no doubt recharged once it popped, did not set a stasis trap. Did not chill around the third Nexus, at least not long enough. Nikic choosing a very good time to run in. Not going to cancel a Nexus, of course. That is unlikely, as long as you have any amount of defense on the map. But to kill the Pylon, to kill the Adept, and then to be able to run away, not too shabby at all. It's going to be Templar Archives. Whoa, okay. So we're going to have Charge, Storm. Well, Charge eventually. Potentially, actually, into a... Wait, I was like, the War Prism should be here. Yeah, so the War Prism is already out, and I missed it. So that's going to be the Archon drop, potentially into those charge attacks as well. I mean, this did seem to make itself the default PvZ for a little while, right? Oh, man, who was the one who got credit for this one? That's Skillus. I've forgotten. But anyway... So it's not quite the Archon drop of the past, of which you would see Zest do, and almost never lose a single unit until he died, potentially. But similar idea, Archon drop being actually overall still pretty good idea, right? You get scouting, harassment, defense, and just map control in general, I suppose. And there are, different follow-ups to it that you can trick the Zerg into thinking like, oh, it's just the Archons. Well, if 7 or 8 Zealots with Charge do show up, then they might be totally underprepared. It's not what that is, though. Charge coming in way after the Templar Archives, and the Archon's really just the biggest thing to worry about, which with the number of units that Nikic currently has, shouldn't be that big of a worry. You need to be in the right place at the right time, though. Oh, these queens. Oh, yeah, Mana did not realize they had snuck their way over. I'm not sure that was intentional to send them to that particular location, but it might have been. Yeah. I mean, it's clearly the biggest pathway for the War Prism, right? So trying to stall it out from being able to get into this kind of dead zone, yeah, that was probably the idea. Unfortunately, didn't stop it entirely, although the War Prism is getting weak. Might need to go for a recall, especially if that queen keeps focus firing, which currently it's not, but there you go. Yeah, I don't know, man, like 40% health? Yeah! Yeah, maybe a recall would be necessary. He's gonna wait for the shields to regen and try again. some of these queens might have to move back to inject after all. And there might be an opportunity, perhaps just needing the recall if Mana saw that he was being attacked. Now, the Observer is coming in, I think, really appropriately timed right now, because the Warp Prism being stuck back there means one really important thing. Well, two really important things. One, it can't scout. And two, it can't help if it scouts something is about to attack it. So it does need to be recalled. Mana realizing, hey, those Ravagers are forming. That's a lot of roaches being built. Didn't see the Overlords, but nonetheless, I think the Ravagers forming in particular was a really big tell. That's like the easiest one. You don't really build Ravagers unless you're attacking or expecting to be attacked, which was not really anywhere close to happening. And that fourth base does not have any drones on it. Keep that in mind. Nikic, pretty dedicated to this. 66 drones to 70 probes as Mana takes a fourth base. But Mana, I was going to say, has an immortal Warp Prism combination, but the Warp Prism goes down. The Archons are down. The Storms have been used. We're waiting on a couple more. One more at the very least. That's a juicy one right there. Roach Ravager getting awfully weakened. One more Storm, or just one-shotting with the Immortals either way. It's going to kill a lot of roaches. This is where those 5 Immortals and 2 shield batteries, wonderfully positioned, by the way. Mana didn't just notice this with the Observer. He noticed it with the Archon drop. He has been preparing in subtle ways. Okay, well, that sucked. 2 Immortals going down to Corrosive Vial. Whoops, it is. This entire time, the positioning really screams a lot of advanced notice, so you can calmly put your positions where you put your shield batteries in position where it actually will help, rather than trying to last second spam them down. Losing 2 Immortals is actually kind of questionable, though. We would have had 6 Immortals for this. Now we're down to 4. Storms do come down, but now forced to move into an Archon. The rest of the Immortals getting awfully low. Did Mana make a huge mistake? I think he might have. 60 supply difference, or 50, really. Totally fine for a Protoss, as long as their means of production haven't been camped. If they have any amount of static defense as well still around, that's usually a pretty good sign. But that was a moment there for Nikic, for sure. That was a moment. And whether it was 6 Immortals or 4, I guess it was just a moment in general without enough Storms or fodder to back it up. The Zealots had gone to deal with the 4th base after all. But 6 Immortals would have made it a little bit more of an even trade. It still seems like surviving is going to happen here. The Immortals might have gone down, being replaced 2 at a time by the Robos that are still up and running in proxy to the defense. This is really nice, actually. The shield batteries had been up, the 2 of them, now 1, but there's one over the left side as well. And none of these sideways attacks are actually finding a lot of success. The most success they found, well, right now, actually, but then before this, was that they distracted Mana. They had some of those units that were supposed to protect those Immortals run away to go guard that. But otherwise, not doing too much. Might be finding something here, though. Recall having to be used, fortunately, is available to Immortals, and whatever else was here is actually a pretty good recall. But 19 probes have already gone down. A couple more certainly to come, but this is not the move. This is not the move. Nikic probably just sending them and then paying more attention to the main to go focus fire those probes. Looked away for a second and got stormed to bits. Possibly also expecting there to be just not the correct defense over on that 4th base, right? If, well, I'm being, like, blown out. Exposure. If Mana, 1, had been distracted, but then 2, thought that the main attack, as it were, was coming from any other location, maybe he only has a couple of Zealots over there. Maybe he only has 2 Immortals. But the fact that everything was there, I don't think Nikic was expecting it, and then not looking when he was getting stormed. Tremendous injury to the leftover Roach army, but I was wondering what he was going into. Totally missed the Spire on the production tab. I'm rusty, that's my excuse. But the Mutas are out. And so Nikic did not do enough damage, really, to say that was worth it, I would say. Well, I guess it's kind of a weird... the point is, it's a just questionable enough game that Mutas could possibly be the ticket in here for Nikic. The game really did get a little sloppy. It got a little weird. And obviously we're on a very anti-roach composition, so anti-air is not in heavy supply. The Warp Prism somehow alive, but certainly could be dived on. Possibly one of the best things the Mutas could do at this point is take out that Warp Prism, stop the juggling. Not that it's really happening. Mana, wary of the Mutas coming in, did not juggle. Not sure the juggling would have helped anyway. This was a... well, actually, if he could juggle nonstop, he'd still be juggling. He'd still be killing roaches. But no juggling. Immortals all get taken down. Their last breath, they killed that 4th base hatchery. But now Mana, once again, down to just 1 Immortal. The rest of the army that had been... Oh, nice storm. Nice storm. Nikic once again just bathing in the storm. I mean, it seems like he moves his army to his opponent's side of the map and then looks away at that second. This seems to be the trend. Because those storms, I mean, they really do soften up the roaches, guys. It might not be killing them. Storms hardly ever do kill roaches, I suppose. But when they soften them to the point that our Immortals are getting one shot on them, Archons might be getting one shot, hell, Zealots might be getting one shot if the roaches are in the red. That's a tremendous difference. I mean, it's so much easier to take care of. It's not that roaches are intimidating against a Protoss player who, again, still has static defense, production, some Immortals, I guess, although he did lose a lot of them. Like, it's not the most terrifying thing in the world, but, you know, especially if they get the jump on you. If you don't have anything protecting those Immortals, they get focus fired. The High Templars aren't being used. They get focus fired. You know, that can be troublesome. And instead, it's like the opposite always happens. Nikic is always the one not paying attention at the second that he kind of needs to the most. Not saying that if he was, either this attack or the one on the fourth, he would have been winning, but it would have been better. Because again, going back to my previous point before mana was pushed back, this game is just weird enough. Like, I would say the Zerg should not be comfortable in this position. They were quite dedicated to the attack, and even though they did manage to finally kill those probes, it was after a long time of being at a worse worker count than the Protoss. So the Protoss has a lot of infrastructure they're already able to afford, rather than having to really pick and choose what they can build. Immortals or Archons or shield batteries or probes again, or upgrades going into the future of the game. Like, it's supposed to be a little more questionable than it is for Mana, who, by the way, is going into Fleet Beacon at this point, so he's feeling very confident. And it's not that questionable, but it is just weird enough that those mutas could have been and might once again be the ticket in, but yeah, before there's no Phoenix. Now there are 5 Phoenix. Mana not going to get caught by surprise by the mutas. Zealots coming in here to kill that 4th base once again. Nikic has the gold as his 4th at this point, but at 14.5 minutes, he's almost out of mining on these original 2 bases. The probe count not getting hit, by the way. 1, the mutas went into probably the worst probe. Mineral lines, the natural and the mains, are being mined out, so there's not that many probes. But then 2, the Phoenix were there. The Phoenix were there almost from the get-go, where the mutas usually want to try and surprise a probe line and kill like 10 before the reaction happens. And this is one of the best muta responses I've seen ever. I feel like they usually do get something done, and it was just too advanced foretelling, you know? Like, Mana knew this was going to be an option since he saw the mutas initially. Mutas are still on the docket, though, for Nikic. The thing is that if someone's based on stalkers for defending, mass mutas can still cause a lot of problems. And, oh, Jesus, the swarms again. Well, he's clearly paying attention that time. There's just no break in this. Mass mutas can take advantage of an immobile Protoss army if they're entirely stalker-based. And then they can force a base trade. And it can get really weird, but if you're losing the game, then a base trade is your best bet. But when mutas are met up against Phoenix, and they're already in a good count, and they're getting Anti and Pulse Crystals, that'll just cement this 100%. Mass muta does not work. It's not supposed to anyway. The Phoenix player would really have to mess up on their control. And so far, so good for Mana's control. Keeping 7 Phoenix alive. Range upgrade over halfway done. The mutas not being accompanied by Corruptors, by the way. So that would be the way that you force an Air Zerg game versus Protoss with Phoenix. We have seen it. There's even been metas in the far past where this was a very common thing. But you do need those Corruptors. And Nikic is... I don't know what his plan is, actually. Because Corruptors are also kind of a stopgap. Like, they're not really... Okay, the Corruptors are on the way. I would say that unless things are really back and forth and rocky for the Protoss player, I would say Muta Corruptors doesn't actually work either, but, well, hold on. This is with Anti and Pulse Crystals, by the way. Mana did get surprised. Nikic finally finding a moment in his favor. But even that was not quite enough. Despite pouncing on the Phoenix, getting into their range, and killing the majority of them, it still cost the mutas quite a few of their own numbers, all before the Corruptors were actually out. Zealots continuing to hit hatcheries and deny mining. This base not able to mine at all. Nikic running low on economy while he tries to get to a Greater Spire, which, you know, a Greater Spire, Broodlords would actually still be pretty good. Mana would not be steamrolled by Broodlords because he does have a Fleet Beacon. He does have the option to build Tempest, but it would be a way to stop this ground army from continuing its approach, as Phoenix alone shouldn't be able to deal with Broodlords, at least not particularly quickly. But right now, the Broodlords, TBD, Mana sharking around, looking for a better angle of attack. Gonna have to be content with killing this hatchery, which is still pretty freaking good. Nikic at this point is mining off of one base, guys. The third is also almost out of money. Mana has not expanded in a while either, though. So at 18 minutes after, what is it? You know, it's back and forth, although I would say it has been favoring Mana this entire time. It is still trading out resources. So Mana also soon, very soon, going to be in a bit of a pickle for the economy. He does need to get this 5th base up and running, and it looks like this is the time to do it. Storms, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, Nikic was not paying attention. Oh, Nikic was 100% not paying attention. He was looking at his mutas over to the right, which had dipped into the natural and all died a painful death alongside those Ravagers off to the left. Painful deaths on both sides of the map. That's how that game ends. Mana withstood the flurry of attacks. I was correct in my assumption that he was going to be aggressive, and I think Mana was on to that as well. And he will advance forward in the upper bracket. We do have the lower bracket in this Open Cup, but the lower brackets are all best of ones, so pretty difficult if you go down there. Even if you're the favorite, a best of one, really, no one knows what's going to happen. Mana will be facing either Jumi or Rex. Other advancements in the bracket, we got Clem waiting for Psionic versus Nicaract. 3-point waiting for either Hero, who is up at 3 in the morning, or Baby Marine. Gonna guess it's Hero. And Skilless is waiting for either Geralt or Milky Cow. If you were really paying attention, you'd notice I did not say MaxPax. So MaxPax did not sign up for today. And I'm waiting for any of those matches to actually be available. So while we wait, we'll put on some music. I have no cat to show you guys, unfortunately. I lost my music. My Muzak. Should probably do the DMCA free ones anyway. Huh. I don't know if they added new songs to this. They might have. And this is interesting. What are your all's opinions? Do audiobooks count as reading? I'm going to go ahead and say that audiobooks don't count as reading, but they're the next best thing. I'm just an elitist, so. In terms of like learning new words and exploring your imagination, I guess, and you know, reading a story, of course, whatever. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure there's been studies about like how reading affects your brain compared to listening. So they count as absorbing information. Well, that's the other thing is that you can. I feel like a lot of people also they multitask when they listen to audiobooks, which is another point to reading, in my opinion. You can't really simultaneously read and do something else. I'm not saying they're bad, but I think this is a conversation that shouldn't even be had. You know, it's a kind of a dumb point to make because it's not reading, but that doesn't mean it's bad. You know, this is just a retaliation against nerd elitists who like come into audiobook fans pages and go like, audiobooks aren't reading, and then they leave. And it's like, well, those people are stupid and trolling and mean. But there's no reason to really say audiobooks are reading IMO. I want to say there's another case of this where it's just like people arguing against each other, but then they're real. Like there's like not really a reason to. I wouldn't like. There's definitely other arguments like this where it's like no, but like who cares? I don't listen to audio. I don't think I've ever listened to audiobooks. No. I think I remember listening to audiobooks because my mom was listening to an audiobook and she was driving, right? And the driver gets the radio, of course. So we were driving to like Ocean City, which is 4 hours long, and I remember listening to some of it. It was like, I think I actually remember it a lot. It was like a murder mystery, but it was also a romance, of course. And I know that there are audiobooks that are basically made as like theater. They have multiple voice actors, and voice actors do different accents and voices. But this one, it was just a woman, maybe a slightly different voice for different characters. And I hated it. I don't know if she was good or bad at her job. I have no idea, but I did not like it. You know how like something, you hear something and it's pleasurable to your ear, and then there's stuff that's not pleasurable that makes your teeth kind of grit, like nails on a chalkboard is the usual example. That was kind of like audiobooks for me. It's true, Mike, yeah. I wonder who actually is you know, creating these arguments. Still waiting on one of these mashes. So Jumi did win versus Rex 2-1, so I imagine Mana Jumi will get up soon. Hero 3 points also up, but I think it might be on the Korean server. Because like I said, I think 3 point is Han Mono. Or someone Korean or Japanese, I forget. I just know we went through this for the Evo show match. Change narrator for the last few books? Oh my god, I would hate that. Yeah, that's another reason not to do it. Ah, gross. It's like I was playing Dragon Age Inquisition, the third one that came out years ago at this point, and I never finished it. And one of the reasons I didn't finish it was that I played it like on release, so there's tons of bugs. And one of these bugs was that if you chose to import your original Hawk from Dragon Age 2 to Dragon Age 3, your main character's voice would change to, like, I guess kind of more the default one, which is the English voice. And this might sound petty, but as soon as that happens, I was like, oh, this is so much worse. Oh, I don't like it. The English voice for your main male character in Inquisition, I did not like the voice. I did not. It was not nearly as cool as the American accent voice. Which I would like to just go ahead and say that it's not some, like, I only like American accent thing. If anything, if you've ever talked to an American or anyone, we're always, like, fawning over English and Australian accents. So I feel strongly this is not it's not like a regionist thing. It was just, I did not like the guy's voice compared to the one I chose. And, you know, 4 months later or something, they fixed that bug so you could have your original Hawk and the voice you chose, but it was too late. I had already played enough of the game to know that I didn't really like it. Combat was kind of sluggish. The game didn't work well on my computer too, so that didn't help. I didn't really care about the characters that much. It was not nearly as enticing. Can't spell Coliseum. We finally have a game. Mana, Jumi did their vetoes, and we are now in lobby on El Dorado for Mana versus Jumi. That's going to be... Is it a PvT? I was going to say, that doesn't... that doesn't compute. Wait a minute. No, it is a PvP. Okay. Jumi just didn't change his race for the longest time. We almost had a restart in our midst. Alright, now it's for Jumi. Mana, and also it's a new, fresh best of 3, so we can start bets. It's a PvP, so if you wait the whole 10 minutes to bet, you might already be betting on the winner. They can go pretty fast. Let's see if this one does. On the bottom right, it is Liquid Mana. Bottom left, it is Jumi. I don't know what his clan is. SZGG. But poor Jumi is coming in as the underdog, but with PvP, I don't know if he's that much of an underdog. I could absolutely see him winning. I do give the benefit to Mana, who is a long-standing veteran. Everyone in StarCraft basically has been around for like 5 years at least. So what is or isn't veteran? I don't know. But I don't know. For Mana, while his volatility can sometimes be a curse. It can also be a blessing, and I think for PvP, he still averages out better versus the non-top tier Protosses. So, yeah, he loses more versus Max. He loses actually almost against versus Max Packs or Showtime. But then versus a lot of other Protosses, and there are tons of Protoss, I think he actually probably is batting above average. Even though he can be a very big risk taker. Risk taking is kind of rewarded in this matchup, so. But that said, talking about him being the risk taker, he's actually going for a forward expansion, 1 gateway. Mana has done these forward gateways and then still built 2 and then still cheese behind it, but this is absolutely just 1 gateway. So this is Mana taking the more economic stance off the bat anyway. Whereas Jumi is absolutely going to be the one to cheese here. He does have to do something against, well, he doesn't actually know, but he would have to do something against a faster Nexus, stalling it out at the very least. But his probe isn't here, so 1, it's not scouting, 2, it's not stalling out. Which, kind of a disappointment for Mana, who could have gotten away with a Nexus after Gateway. I mean, hell, he could have gone with a Nexus first, right? But now he's not going to get that. And what sucks is that if you get it fast enough that you do go over Nexus first against someone who doesn't block you and who's not going to attack you until, their proxy's up or something like that, I mean, you just get that out of the way. And the rewards, the investment pays off, hopefully, prior to the all-in. Not saying it's a perfect world, because there are aggressive maneuvers in the early game. 2 Stalkers going immediately across the map, for instance, can actually cause some problems for Mana. And then an early attack, like multiple gateway warp gate attack, rather than waiting for a robe of immortal warp prism, whatever, also might hit you before you're ready to go. But regardless, the point is he could have gotten a Nexus down anytime he wanted, because the probe was simply not there to block it out. And in the grand scheme of things, whether you could or could not have gotten away with a Nexus first, I mean, that's just a gamble you have to take in the very beginning of the game. Mana did not have any disruptions to his build. That's already a win. That's already good. So it's like, could it be better, I guess? But it's already good. Jumi, already having an interruption to his build, loses his Proxy Pylon, which also supply blocks him a little bit. Does absolutely mess up his build order. But his Twilight Council is done. It is researching Blink. That probably is going to hit around the same time. It's just a matter of how many Stalkers will be available. Void Ray's on the way. Mana knows that he's being cheesed. He saw the Proxy Pylon. He knows his opponent went for 2 gateways. And with a Proxy Pylon, most likely is not going for a Nexus. Although it's possible. But it obviously would be a bad Nexus, because Mana's already up and running with 2 Chronos, 2 Probe production. Jumi would not recover. So Jumi absolutely has to all in. The Oracle's going to go for a Stasis Trap. The Shield Battery is going to protect the probes. With a couple of Stalkers, that is the perfect defense, but it's also a couple of Stalkers less than what could be on the front lines. The Oracle could just go home and start placing down Stasis Traps, and that would be helpful. Let's pile on the very vulnerable location. This Void Ray is going to help out here. 4 Stalkers, though, soon for Jumi. I'm not sure that's going to be enough. 2 Stalkers already injured. Yeah, it's a little sketch. But it's a little sketch for both parties. Jumi, if he had just attacked with the 4 Stalkers, might have lost that battle, but he's going to have reinforcements. And the Stalker came in, and more were warping in, and Mana was the one who had to remember that and be like, oh no, he's about to have more units. Let's run away. 1 Void Ray is not all that much protection. 2 would be a hell of a lot better. Shield Battery is ready for Mana. Stasis Traps are available. I do believe Jumi was looking for that Stasis Trap and saw it. Yeah. Oh, nice blink. I think it's Streamer Zone GG. Okay, thank you. That's where Jumi's from then. Second Void Ray is about to be out, and there, whoa, very aggressive blink forward, but now on top of the Void Ray like you would expect, actually. And the second Void Ray is going to come out maybe in the nick of time here. Second Shield Battery also finishing wonderfully timed, but the second Void Ray already under fire, almost dying, not quite. Nice pullback there from Mana. Meanwhile, Jumi's army has been getting attacked by whatever else is on the field. Zealots, Stalkers, Probes even. Void Ray still saved, and that is going to be it. Jumi. He went for the throat. Probably his best move. He just jumped right in there. Unfortunately, the first attack, the first volley not going on the Void Ray was a big waste. Because I think it might have killed a unit. I actually don't know if it did. But then it took a much longer time to kill the first Void Ray, which then took away maybe a whole another volley off of a Stalker. I mean, he also had to chase the first Void Ray, which was, again, allowing all of those miscellaneous units to get in damage before the main threat was taken down. Speed was of the essence. TLDR, speed was of the essence. Voider needed to go down. Second Voider needed to go down. Then focus fire each individual unit. But he could not do it fast enough. And he couldn't even get the second Voider at the end of the day. Proto Billy! Thank you for the 6-7 months. Say, GG, hope your New Year's going well. Oh, you know, I'm just living in a increasingly fascist dictatorship, so... I don't know if it is going well, but... Well, and in the bottom left, we have Mana, and the top right, it is Jumi. We do have the knowledge that while Mana can be aggressive and is often the cheeser, I guess, Jumi is really well known for his cheeses, too. It's PvP. It's Protoss versus Protoss in the European region where there's a billion Protosses in a matchup that pushes you to be cheesy. Like, I'm not even sure there is a reason to say, like, one person is slightly cheesier than the other. Does it really matter? Nah, for the most part, no. They both could do it, but I guess the thing is, if you are 98% sure or above that your opponent is going to proxy gate, sorry, not proxy gate, but rather... You know what I mean? Proxy gateway later for a blink attack or a 4-gate attack, or go for a proxy robo. Maybe that is actually better to go and play ahead and play defensive. If you are 98% sure, and then you actually get a scout as well to know which one it is, playing defensively should still favor you. But you watch enough Max Packs games and you feel like, oh yeah, it favors the defender. Of course it does. But, you know, a lot of other Protosses will know that a proxy robo is on the way. And they will still lose to it because it is tricky. It is tricky. So, but I guess it's even trickier, it's even weirder if both of them try and cheese each other. And while Mana's micro can be top-notch, he's also seeing some pretty bad losses in the PDZ, for instance. Doesn't seem to be totally on point today. Maybe he doesn't want to play that potential game against Jumi, who's the young gun, by the way. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a... I'm not going to say a 10-year difference, but I think it actually might be. Wait a minute. For Jumi's young, right? God, actually, it might be a 10-year difference between the two. All right, you wanna try and match the hand speed of that guy? I don't know. I actually don't think it's down to that. But the point is, to do your own early game attack against your opponent can create some weird kerfuffles. And maybe that's not how they wanted to play in the first game, but it is how Mana wants to play in the second game. Mana going for double stalker, proxy gateway, sorry, proxy pylon. We'll see what it is. And then Jumi actually going for a sentry, so much less of an offensive opener. And this gives you great scouting, and then it's very versatile. It's got utility, blah, 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 but it is entirely defensive. When it does scout with its hallucination, it is going to see evidence of a all-in, and probably deduce that it is a proxy robo. But being able to get the proxy robo here in Jumi's third base without being detected or harassed is a nice start here for Mana, who also jumps on top of the sentry. Oh no! Oh, that timing. 3 more seconds, the shield battery absolutely would have saved the sentry. It's going to save the stalker, which is okay. But it really wanted to start gathering sentry energy for those force fields. Guardian Tree, I mean, Guardian Tree, maybe not as much, but force field for sure. And then, no, wait, in general hallucination? Oh, well. Okay, that would have been really important, but the probe got in, so hey, that's fine. Jumi maybe already figuring out what could be happening here, knows that losing the first sentry, if he was being attacked, like legitimately, is going to be problematic. He was probably already most worried about that anyway, and now he just, I don't know what he's going to do to make up for it, but he just needs firepower on the field. Force fields can block out your opponent's firepower for a limited amount of time, so that would also help. 2 probes have gone down as Jumi realized he needed something a little extra, so he pulled the probes down. Also had to transfer them anyway. But the Immortal is out, and that's not the scariest thing about this in my opinion, although it is scary. The Warp Prism eventually coming out is going to be the real kicker. Nice force field to block out that Immortal. Wonderful force fields, in fact. That was almost perfect. Jumi only tackling the non-Immortal army. Unfortunately, while his force fields were good, sentries don't have a lot of DPS. Mana did not kill many units of Mana, though he did get them weak, and he has the shield batteries to back up on. Immortal coming out now for Jumi. That's going to be a huge help, but the depths have now arrived for Mana, and they can shade their way into the main base. Looks like they already tried. Jumi on top of the block, but his Immortal now being focus fired. No more shield battery to go down. That is bad news for Jumi. That third shield battery, that's what he was trying to get back to. It had some juice left over, but he didn't get back to it fast enough. And then he's been trying to focus fire his opponent's immortal, and he doesn't get it. No! Oh, 1 for 1 of the immortals would have been, I think, absolutely fine for Jumi, who's going to have a little bit of a fairness advantage with the timing of his immortal. But instead, he doesn't kill it. Now well, okay, now it's dead. Never mind, that didn't last very long. So Jumi now with an immortal, but walled out of his own base, no shield battery in the main, is not much better off after killing his opponent's immortal. The probe's going to be pulled into 4 adepts. That's not good news for the probes, but it does look like Jumi will hold. The immortal is alive. The adepts are falling. The warp prism tries to run away. No, it just goes to pick up the other immortal. The second immortal is popped for mana, and that is going to take down the 2 stalkers of Jumi. Eventually, it's inevitable. It's going to happen. The first immortal actually got super, super low because the adepts, like, adept versus immortals don't kill each other very fast, do they? And that is a grim picture for Jumi. He was already down 0-1. Once again, getting force fielded away from his base, forced to recall. There is going to be another force field, I think, on the high ground. Oh, no! Oh, well, there could have been. I was going to say, absolutely could have been. There it is. Jumi, still no shield battery in the main. He couldn't afford it. Not blaming him. Could not afford it at this point in time. But it means that this trick could work out for a while. Force field once again coming down, taking down the real immortal. And that's going to be it. Mana, the strong 2-0 versus Jumi, ends the series. And was that under 10 minutes? Does everyone get to bet on the winner? Ah, not quite. Not quite. Womp womp. Fox or whoa, whoa, whoa. Thank you for the 30 months. So what does Mana now wait for? Mana is going to wait for the winner of Clem vs. Psionic. So that's that might just be the end of Mana's run here. Skilless is still waiting on Geralt and Milky Cow. And the winner of that's going to face Hero. Clem is posted. I guess. I love Mana. I would usually cast any of his games. But, oh, it's still for Psionic. Yeah. Well, even if it's Mana versus Clem. I don't know if I really want to join. I'd rather see Skilless versus either Protoss or Terran. Just everyone right now is going to be clobbered by Clem. Except maybe Hero. Skelos put up a fight against him 1 weekly, I want to say. But it was still a 3-0. It was just like a hard fought 3-0. It's basically just Hero who can really take on Clem. I wonder if anyone's casting it. No, Slanted Clem only just started. But it's also going to be pretty one-sided. Alright, Indy's in Geralt Milky Cow. So... very close game, actually. Whoa. Whoa. What is this game? Seems like a pretty sick game's going on, actually. There you go. Look at this. So they're on the map that's not part of the ladder map pool, Sogoma. And it is all over the place, man. Welcome here in Europas. I would love to move to a different country. But it's difficult to find work in a different country. And I have my family to consider. And all my cats, you know. There's also a certain amount of feeling obligated to try and do something about it. Although I no longer live in the most important area, I suppose. If I still live in Virginia, I could go to DC. Now I'm just gonna go protest at the Denver Capitol building. That's pretty much just blue anyway. Trying to get them to do more than what they're currently doing. Although I did call some Republican... I forget what he was for us. He might have actually been a senator. And I told him, fuck you. Except not quite. But, I think I did actually. On my exit. It was my outro. It was a fuck you. I hope it gets tallied with the rest of the calls. This is a weird map. There are so many single square choke points. What the hell? Let me unblock you. Although it won't let me. It says I can give you a warning. That's weird. It restricted you and then it stopped restricting you. I don't know. It's like Milky Cow starting to lose here. This map would just annoy me, man. Having my units even accidentally go through those tiny chokes would be such a bother. Milking cows. Like, the Twitch chat really thought that his name was such a meme. They were, like, overjoyed at Milky Cow when he was playing in European regionals. And it's kind of a funny name. I mean, but I didn't think it was really that funny. I didn't think it was that weird either. To me, it just felt like he, I don't know, likes the milk treats. There's some type of treat that's available in Korea that I had once or twice. Might be the East Asia thing in general. And I don't remember what it's called. It's not Milky's, because Milky's is the soda, but it's something like that. And it's just, I had it, and it was like a light candy, milk candy. It was just literally just like a very soft, like not quite a marshmallow, but soft. And it tasted like milk, like plain milk. And you were like, okay, I guess I'm eating milk. And I always thought that's what he was going with, some type of candy like that. I hardly ever eat it, because I think it's just meh. It's perfectly meh. There are other better candies. Twitch chat always amplifies the fun. Yeah. There are times when Twitch chat is great. And there are times where they just ruin everything. So it looks like this map's whole idea is to make it painful to attack your opponents. Not impossible, but painful. Which is maybe how we got to a 6-7 base for each player. You know what? Milky Cow might still be able to do this. I don't know why Geralt doesn't have a higher supply. But I think he's frozen. I think his horse blinders are on. He's not warping in. He warps in 4 units. He's got 9,000 minerals. Did the gateways die? There we go. Yeah, that would be the only reason that Geralt couldn't win this. Yeah, the corner bases have 5 castles. Is this really the... Yes, it is. Okay. ZombieGrub, no IEM for StarCraft 2. Yeah, but we've known about that for a while. I'm sorry it comes as a surprise to people. But basically, in December, when there was no news about it, more like November, honestly. When November hit and there was no news about it, that was already a bad sign. And then CSGO had its tickets and still no news about StarCraft. And that's when I think all of us were like, nah, it's not happening. I've already gone to the stages of grief for Katowice. Although I do watch CSGO. I think it's a very watchable esport. So watching CSGO at Katowice and then just thinking about, like, oh, I'd be flying, like today probably, actually. CSGO always starts earlier than us. I'd probably be flying today and then excited to hang out with friends and eat Polish cuisine and having fun times in the hotel lobby, and I don't know, a wave of nostalgia rushed over me. It was quite sad. And why aren't they in jail? Yeah, Hyper 1. These are a bunch of maps. He, she, they. I like any map that tries something different, but I think I did cast one on this map so far, and it was done before 3 bases, I want to say. So I didn't really get to see the map in action. And be smoking gambler. That was Katowice. Where I was, you know, for an hour, I was the woman of Roddy's dreams. Gambling, smoking, drinking, winning the gambling, by the way. I'm just kidding. Roddy already has the woman of his dreams. StarCraft 2 so far has no tournaments at all this year, but announcements should be coming very soon. It's done. I mean, I've heard a couple things, and they've answered some things and left more questions on other things. So, I don't know. Well, this was just what the hell was this fight, man? This was Geralt forcing his way through this choke for, I don't think, any particularly good reason, by the way. I'm not sure why he forced his way through that choke. Fortunately, he still has all the cash, so this huge loss of life isn't gonna ruin Geralt's chances. But God, why did he do that? That was weird. Stranger Precious this year actually looks poor. Oh, really? They don't have nearly as many banners? Yeah, Katowice is cool because it really took to being an esports city. You'd walk around and you'd still see some StarCraft banners too. But there's gonna be budget cuts everywhere, I suppose. I mean, Geralt was definitely winning because he said, you know, he had 9,000 minerals. Now he still has 5,000. But the pattern of Geralt's gameplay since we've watched does lead me to believe that he might throw the game. He's been taking really bad fights. He does not know how to end this. Or he's underestimating Milky Cow's determination. I'm pretty sure StarCraft will be a part of the World Cup. This was hardly ever in doubt for me, though. But I don't know. We'll never get a full picture of what happened behind the scenes, I suppose. There was a time where my belief went down to something like 30%, I suppose, but I never really thought it wouldn't. But it's a consolation prize, isn't it? Only EWC is not gonna change a lot of things about StarCraft, but basically any news, any plan that's shown to us will be beneficial, just so everyone can start planning around it. This elongated are we dying, are we not, has just made it so that no one can really take control, start building up community events. Players can't really dedicate one way or the other to anything. It's very problematic. And supposedly Blizzard's fault, but we're never going to be sure about that. It's never going to be public, probably. Geralt should win. Milky Cow just can't replace his units now. Geralt might have taken him 40-something minutes. But he has whittled down the Terran. Yeah, you could really name the amount of good stuff that's happened with Blizzard in the last 5 years on one hand. And the good is kind of a, it's a, like Overwatch League dies and then they don't just give up on Overwatch. They still have some type of tournament circuit. That's a good thing, but it hardly makes up for the really bad thing. StarCraft was out of the Hearthstone, which I think most people are, they do enjoy. Almost everyone, including like non-StarCraft people, have enjoyed seeing that. Although I don't know if the Zerg deck is still broken. What was the really bad thing? Overwatch League in general, but more so Overwatch League dying. A painful, expected death. It's bad for representing those sponsors. Well, unfortunately, I don't disagree, but the sponsors for StarCraft were almost always like tag-along sponsors. I don't know this for a fact, but I'm pretty sure about it anyway. Which is that, the company ESL goes up to sponsors and is like, here's what we have. And they see the numbers for like CS and they're like, oh yeah, definitely, let's sponsor that. And then they're like, well, we also have this thing called StarCraft. And they're like, oh, we'll sponsor that, I guess, but like for way less money. But it's not, no sponsors were attracted to StarCraft. So, Monster sponsoring StarCraft. Pretty sure it's an ESL sponsor, more like. So anyway, the lack of communication with the StarCraft community probably isn't bothering many. Besides the StarCraft community. I used to actually have sponsor interest. I mean, we still have some sponsor interest as in small-time stuff. Like, again, if they would officially announce the end of StarCraft support from ESL, then you would have a lot of the community members not just rise up to the occasion, but you'd also have a lot of people with, like, a ton of cash looking to support what they still like. Then you'd also have sponsors starting to look at it in a different light also. Which is like, well, they don't really find it worth it to invest into this huge thing and whatever money it is required to do that, but they might send Wardy a sponsorship or something. And that just can't happen right now. Silly. But yeah, we used to have sponsorships come to StarCraft, and actually Blizzard told them, no, don't bother sponsoring StarCraft. You should sponsor the Overwatch League. So that was a real bummer to hear. And another reason why StarCraft and almost every other Blizzard esport actually just does not like Overwatch League. It was one of many reasons. I think the entire esports community doesn't like Overwatch League for its ripple effect. But hey, there's the map maker. You have an anti-fan in the chat, Hyper One. I personally enjoy see something very different, but I would be very frustrated playing through these jokes. I can't believe Geralt. I mean, okay, now this is understandable, right? This is Milky Cow's doing. Milky Cow is lifting his command centers and sending them to the corner in the not literal way, but basically that's what he's doing. This turtling on one base is him lifting his buildings because it's inevitable that he dies, right? Question mark. But he's gonna make it the most frustrating experience ever. Yeah, it's inevitable that he dies, because all Geralt has to do is get enough money to get a Stargate. In fact, he has enough money to get a Stargate in Tempest. Why doesn't he get Tempest? Geralt is so hyper-focused on this ground battle that's been ensuing that I think he's forgotten it's an option. Because I think absolutely Tempest or Carriers would have been terrible when the map was all over the place and you're just trying to go from left to right all the time. But this is the ideal situation for Tempest, and I think Geralt has just simply forgotten that they exist, that he could get to them. What? No. Just get a Tempest. What would he do against one Tempest? Unsiege all his Liberators? Incredibly inefficient, although I think that many Liberators would beat one Tempest. They have to get in close enough range. And then that's still Stalkers and Archons. So just one Tempest, Geralt! One Tempest, for the love of God! No, he's totally forgotten that air is an option. I'm not missing nothing, right? Like, I'm not the one who's dumb here, right? Not that Geralt's dumb, but Geralt's clearly horse blinders. He unironically needs his Twitch chat open, and he needs some Twitch backseaters. Geralt, no. No. Hold on. You have plenty of time to think. Okay, think. All right, nothing else is happening on the map. This is it. This is time to think. Yes! Yes! Oh, I knew he had it in him. He just needed to calm down a little. This is such a cute little... I don't even know what is he trying to get the EMPs? I mean, one storm every 60 seconds isn't going to do anything. And one feedback on a ghost isn't going to do anything either, is it? I don't really know what the High Templar is about. See. But the Tempest will save us. Thank God. Mixu. I think you should get more Archons. Just shove the Archons through there. Geralt's being like a Uriel right now. It might have taken him that long to identify that too. It's one or the other. Either he really thought Milky was gonna just be like, you know, all right, fine, I'll tap out. Or Geralt was just horse blinders, you know, frazzled from all the near comebacks Milky Cow had done. And forgot that Stargates were a thing. Hey, there actually isn't much mining to be done. So if Milky Cow was hoping that there just weren't enough minerals to build a Tempest, you know, then he's looking for a draw, obviously. You know, a Zudwang or whatever it is in chess. Like, no player can move. He can't move out. Geralt can't move in. Which I guess is possible, because apparently there are no more minerals. Or very, very few. Can't really say what he told me, but it's dire. Back at Homestory Cup, that would have been old information. Not that I know what he was talking to you about. I don't know if he was talking to you about, like, Basilisk's commitment, although they've already committed to a couple more years. But at Homestory Cup, no one really knew anything. And I know a couple people on teams, and only recently have teams been told anything. Oh, we're about to do it, guys. It's about to happen. The Tempests are showing up here. I don't think Milky Cow disbelieved Geralt. Again, this like happened last week, and I just really think everyone in StarCraft is pretty... They're pretty chill, but it just doesn't do any favors to lie and then be hated by them in the future. But there's the possibility the Tempest will mess up, and then Milky Cow could get a draw. Now, I think it's very unlikely the Tempest mess up. Considering their range. The only thing Milky Cow could do is... Obviously, if the Tempests get too close, so he can keep moving backwards. But as soon as he moves too far back, the Tempests will just go around the other way. So the only thing he can really do, I think, is unsiege his Liberators and hope to surprise Geralt, I guess. Yeah, okay, GG. Or tap out. That was the most understandable option. GG's. Maybe it's worse now. I don't know if it's worse. It actually might be better than it was in Home Story Cup. But only because at that time there really was nothing to report. Woof! We did it, guys. We did it. Geralt. Yeah. He advances on to face Skillus. I forgot what we were waiting on. Jumi versus... wait, no, Jumi Mana. Oh, so like nothing else has been happening, actually. This way the chat has been entirely empty. Everyone was waiting for this to finish. Well, that was amusing. Really cool game, but then 10 minutes of nothing. So Skillus Geralt's going to be coming up here on the European server. The winner of this faces Hero, which would probably be on the North American server. The winner of that, let's be real, probably going to face Clem. There's always a chance for Mana, though. The last 10 minutes were the best part. Where are they, though? I don't know about that one. Guys, someone posted the NBA Spurs playing StarCraft on the plane home thing again. I thought we were done with it, but thank God someone has posted it again. Now we wait for Skillus and Geralt. Geralt's probably going to take a break. That was a pretty long game. Protoss OP is always takeaway. Unless it's the semis or finals of a premier tournament. And then they're underpowered. Protoss everywhere, only Protoss. That was, it is still Europe, yep. And then all of them in the lower bracket. It was predictable. I always liked how Protoss had this orchestral music that just really made it seem like they were trying to say Protoss is better than everyone else. Like the toy toy toy. Oh yeah, lore-wise, they're a bunch of elitist dicks. PvP, guys. Protoss. The elitist dicks. In the top right of ley lines, they are, we have Geralt, and on the bottom left it is Skillus. It's kind of the thing, though, wasn't it? Like, their hubris was at least part of their downfall. I wish that would happen more often in real life. Geralt versus Skillus. I don't really know who is well matched at this point in time. Been out of the loop for a couple of months. But as far as I would know, Skillus is the favorite to win here. I don't know if that's changed recently. Geralt has good PvP, but Skillus was on the verge of becoming one of the best European Protosses. He was the third best, I would say. Kind of cemented that for at least a little bit with Max Pack, Showtime, and then it was like, who? I don't know, this guy, because there's a billion of you. And I think Skillus was outperforming a lot of them, but hasn't really been able to be as consistent as he would like. And Geralt, I would say he's actually been kind of consistent. Geralt's kind of consistent, yeah, but just not leveling up as he would like, I suppose, in the last year or two. So yeah, I think Skillus overall favorite here. It's gonna be 2-gate versus 2-gate. No shenanigans yet, but someone's gonna do something shenaniganry. Shenaniganry? Who's Irish? Someone tell me the adjective here. Pross guaranteed to lose. You know, we don't have a lot of Zergs, and we don't have a lot of Terran. There are just almost all Protoss in these open cups. And Protoss is a very fun race to play. You know, I think that at the end of the day, that is one of the biggest reasons that so many people off-race as Protoss, as opposed to any other race. Obviously, when Protoss off-race, it's got to be something else. But yeah, all these other, the Terrans and Zergs choosing Protoss to off-race with, I think Protoss is a very, very fun race to play. And I think it has the ability to, That's the word I'm looking for. Everyone can find something good in the Protoss race for what they like to do with their own current race. Yeah. So, for people who are like, well, Clem's micro is out of this world, so that makes the most sense for Terran, for him to play Terran. I mean, yeah, Terrans obviously have a lot of good micro, but Protoss has a lot of good micro. And a lot of chances to show it. And so, you'd be like, well, yeah, okay, that makes sense that you would try Protoss. And if you did want to play defensive macro, and that's what you like doing as a Zerg player, and you just want to do it a little bit differently, then Protoss is also a good race for that. The only thing would be that you have to play PvP. And PvP really would be just totally out of this world compared to TVT and ZVZ. But that's the price you have to pay, right? Yeah, I think Protoss, it's flawed, but... And it might not have as high of a skill cap. We don't really know. We can't really have any, like, data behind that proves it one way or another, but... It is fun, and it can show actually a lot of the things we like about the other players and their skills in the Protoss race. It just kind of sucks that it feels like the other races are now not as fun. So, you get a lot of fun, but then maybe you can't win those tournaments. And if it's a lot of fun, then everyone's going to play on the ladder. And then everyone's going to be playing PvP, which is not as fun. So, I honestly think that funness is one of the more pressing issues about the other races, which I think Zerg players are already pointing out, to be fair. They're already saying how unfun it is to play versus Protoss all the time, which is one thing. But I think Zerg in general, not exactly the flexible race that we give it credit for nowadays. It actually feels a little inflexible, but game theory aside, we do have both players going for a natural nexus. No shenanigans. And these are players that are not overly prone to cheese, but it is PvP, so it was incredibly possible. In fact, I would go ahead and just call out right now, because no one can do anything about it. This game will be a macro game. Skilless will win, and then one or both of these guys will try and cheese the next game. And if I'm wrong, well, who cares? No one's taking tallies. Oracle does go down. Skilless is first, and pretty big mistake. You don't want to have that Oracle alive indefinitely. Having to afford a second one for no good reason. It's rather unfortunate because you don't need the second one. Scouting still necessary, as Skilless does not have any sentries to help out here, as well as the stasis trap, basically the investment of the Stargate, and now 2 Oracles needs to do something to help you out. But the good news is, even with that second Oracle having to be produced, Blink had already begun. Blink is not that far behind of Geralt. And Geralt is still going to be lacking his own Oracle to do some scouting and stasis traps and whatever. Well, we know where it's going to go. It's going to move on to some Blink versus Blink action. The thing you got to pay attention to is someone not producing probes. All right, both players are producing a third Nexus. So that's a scout that I think that both of them have done. They know that that's the deal. But then if they're producing probes, they're producing the gateways, are they actually bothering to invest into an upgrade? That would be a question needing to be asked. Because you can do kind of fake thirds, I guess, attacks. Particularly if you do have like slightly faster Blink, which would have been on Geralt, but regardless. If you think that you can find them being greedy, not warping in all the time using their gateways, and there's huge gaps of gateway production in PvP when you are safe about it, I guess, when you know you can do it, then you can actually find someone really vulnerable on that third, despite a relatively normal-looking PvP. And we've seen that happen. Third gets pried open, shield battery not quite done, unit's not quite in position, and the game ends, even though it really shouldn't have. But this isn't one of those games. No one really went after it. Skilless is trying to find something here. He wants to bait Geralt into chasing after him. Look at me, I don't have as many stalkers as you. Yeah. And if he doesn't bait him into it, whoo! I was gonna say Skilless might want to go ahead and run away there. If he didn't bait him into it, then hopefully it would at least allow for his evacuation. Not really what happened there, though. Skilless blinked backwards. Geralt did not get close enough to fall for the stasis trap, and then I guess he scouted it too. He noticed it. And then Skilless just stopped pulling back. So he just let 2 stalkers get one shot. So I'm not sure exactly why that happened, looking somewhere else, or just didn't recognize that he was losing the stalker battle that poorly. And now we got a Depths in Skilless' base, and I gotta say, Geralt is playing a much better PvP right now. I said Skilless was favored, but he's in a lot of trouble. He just had not much going for him, and now it's Geralt's turn to be on the offensive. So have him look out for stasis traps, of course. No doubt looking around here and here. Maybe he sees this one out. Oh, he did. Nicely done. Weakened Stalker blinking on in. Maybe thinking he could find another couple of stalkers here. He is up in stalkers, but he also warped some back at home, so it's actually very even on the front lines. Fourth next coming down behind this, though, as Geralt takes advantage of his map control. 4 extra gateways coming down. Does have a robo, is going to produce an observer. That was a little scary, I guess, in case Skillus went for Dark Shrine, but Skillus very much not doing that. Invested in the second Oracle, invested into a decent amount of stalkers, did not beat out Geralt's stalker count, but also had a less streamlined opener, I suppose, into stalkers. Geralt finally got caught by a stasis trap, but very temporarily, and not much was lost. Overall, Geralt's in a nice position, up 6 workers, 4th base, much faster than his opponents, although Skillus is also grabbing his. +2 is faster, and charge is actually much slower for Geralt, so Skillus prioritized charge a little bit. It's going to help him with some run-bys initially, but as far as being part of the main army, charge lots don't really seem that effective against these increasingly mass stalker battles until their own numbers get high enough as well. But if only 6 zealots are going to appear to try and help out this defense, that's not really going to add up to a whole lot. Better used for a run-by, or waiting until you have more like 12 zealots. 12 zealots really complicates matters for stalkers as they don't kill them that fast. Geralt is really vying for this 4th base. He already got a cancel once, which was really good. He was already ahead, now he's way ahead of the Nexus. Still has more workers as well. He will have the stronger economy. Let's see how the battles go, because this is where Skillus might shine after just a couple of bad mistakes. Not the worst mistakes, but they've kind of added up here. Skillus might still be better at taking the engagement. Let's wait and see. Geralt flooding in right now, but the Zealots are all stuck behind Stalkers, so less than ideal, coming in the conga line, making it easy for Skillus to blink back and take care of the Zealots. Exactly what he's doing right there. Immortal comes in as well. It's going to help out against the now only Stalker army of Geralt as he warps in more Zealots in the Warp Prism. That Immortal might not be shooting the right targets, but it is there to help out. You get a shield battery that is now depleted for Skillus, and his Nexus gets focus fire. Gonna have to cancel it, at least he did. Immortal's gonna get taken out of the equation. Zealots for Skillus trying to get on top of the Stalkers of Geralt. It is starting to work out a little bit here. Second Immortal from Skillus coming in as well. Skillus also could back up to the stasis traps. The Observer for Geralt does see, I think, all of them? No, not even close. Wow, I'm terrible at that. And that one, the Observer's dead anyway. So that was an option. It's not even a better option, as long as he's not trying to defend the 4th. But he does need the 4th base, so that's why he's gotten on the other side of it, trying to protect it, trying to hold on and keep himself in this game. But Geralt is relentless. He really wants to win this, and he still has that upward advantage now finally gone. But the damage has already been done. Skillus has lost out on too much. He was behind in the upgrade, he was behind an army, he was behind an economy. And now he has lost the game. Little victories of Geralt adding up right there, or little defeats for Skillus adding up. And Geralt chose wisely when to attack. He might have had some problems ending that PvT versus Milky Cow, but that was pretty much perfect. That was how you end a PvP. Do I have a YouTube? I have many YouTubes. I have all the YouTubes. Da YouTubes. Very strong performance in game 1. Gives him victory. Geralt is in the bottom left of Frostline. And in the top right, we do have Skillus, who is still on Team Liquid. Team Liquid still supporting StarCraft, despite all of the ambiguity around it. He thinks Team Liquid would support at least a couple of players, probably with less money and less infrastructure help. I don't know. Providing the training house in the Netherlands probably isn't that expensive for them. But regardless, they probably would continue with StarCraft. almost indefinitely, even if it becomes really small scale. Because they still have a leadership that actually seems to care about their roots, I guess, and the prestige of having one of the oldest esports and all that good stuff. But obviously not as much money would go into it. And that's, that's life. Another double gateway opener for both parties. Geralt really did play a good PvP. Skilless made mistakes that led him to be behind the entire game. And then by the time he might have been building up an army to combat his opponents, if he had gotten the right angle, the Zealots actually get a swarm as opposed to being stuck behind your own stalkers, or if you just catch like some of the stalkers disjointed. If the map was actually being used, we could have maybe seen Skillus start to feel the groove again. Skillus, I mean, this was years ago, but he was one of the best up-and-coming Protosses when it came to that mass gateway style. Remember, like 5 years ago, we were kind of stuck in this Disruptors, Stalker, and then Disruptors, and then now it's hardly any Disruptors. But there was a time where the being the mass gateway guy was absolutely a choice. And it was the mass gateway guy versus the defensive disruptor guy. And Skillus was really good at being the mass gateway guy. And that meant, getting a supercharge economy, continuing to expand, taking over the map, finding angles, finding pathways. So that's why I'm like, well, maybe if we had a little more on the map, then we could have seen Skillus shine. But Geralt did exactly what he needed to do. I mean, kept him under his thumb, allowed him to make the blunders that he did to keep him behind. And before we could really get that action-packed, back and forth, everyone running around zealots every which way type of PvP, we had Geralt going for the killing blow. He still was able to press his thumb down on Skillus's 4th base until Skillus finally relented and gave up. Let's see if that happens again. Skillus gonna go for a couple of sentries, more than a couple actually. He is going very much defensive. Geralt, it's not that he's not doing defensive, he's doing greedy. And Skill's gonna see this and just probably be like, oh, motherfucker. Maybe not that harsh, but he's gonna see that his opponent skipped an extra 2 units. Very expensive gas units as well. So it could have been Stalkers, Adepts, or Sentries. Skill's went for Sentries. Geralt went for nothing. Instead, using those resources to put into a much faster Twilight Council. It's already done by the time Skillus produces his own. This would have left Geralt very weak to the frontal attack, but Skillus going for his own sentry opener doesn't leave him a lot of room to... Well, maybe it does. Well, hold on. Alright, wait, it's a tickle fight. It's a tickle beam fight, but it is one that's very well timed. And it's not going to lead to the devastation of Geralt, but it is going to lead to some problems. One shield battery finished, one shield battery killed. He needs that shield battery or Warp Gate to finish. Warp Gate will finish, this will be handled. This is actually exactly what Skillus needs to do, man. Because he saw Geralt getting away with greed. And I was trying to say, when you have almost all sentries as your army, it's not really a lot to punish someone who's being greedy. But in this case, it absolutely was. Unfortunately, Geralt is starting to mishandle this. Okay, there we go. Warp Gate's really kicking in right now. Okay. He recalls, but then he didn't bring that last stalker that was popping out of the gateway, and then the recall units are getting focus fired, and, well, I didn't think that was ever going to be the end of the game, just because Skillus couldn't reinforce. He's walking 2 units across the map. But that was very much the chaos that Skillus needed to send over Geralt's way because of that Twilight Council. First time seeing someone recall to avoid force fields. We actually saw it in Mana's game as well, but no, it definitely happens. It's certainly a last-ditch effort. Oftentimes, I would say it is so last-ditch effort that it's almost inevitably an end game anyway. But then on top of that, when you recall to your base, your units always go in the worst possible parts of the Nexus, you know? You like recall a Colossus to go help out against a drop against Terrans, and you're like, for the love of God, don't recall till the Colossus is here and the army's here. Put the Colossus back here. Please, for the love of God. And then they don't. Colossus goes right here, right where the Marauders can shoot it. I'm like, well, that wasn't very helpful. In that case, though, very much necessary. Geralt absolutely needed to take care of that before things gotten even worse. But moving on from that point, Geralt, who is supposed to have much faster blink, really doesn't have any benefit of it. The blink of Skillous had finished by the time Geralt started to make moves out in the map. And worse than that, Skillous found all of his proxy attempts. So not only is he deleting those attempts off the field, Skillous also now knows what's up. He's like, oh, you're 2-base all-inning me. Gotcha. And now there's almost no way that Geralt can recover from all these kerfuffles. This was trying to hold all the lines. And Geralt, he almost got away with it too if it wasn't for the stinking kids and the stinking dog. And Skillous, very, very wise there. Very wise to move out with whatever limited amount of units that he had, caused the chaos, and then he found this attempted 2-base attack. I'm not sure what tipped him off. I was so busy just recounting the events of the kerfuffle to notice if Skillous had scouted the lack of 3rd base. But he also might have figured, okay, I did the thing I was supposed to do against the guy, and now this guy's in trouble. He is obviously going to try and counter me, so I'm going to go look around the map and try and find whatever the hell he's doing, which would have been very logical. It was certainly rewarded Skillous with a heavy lead in this game. Heavy. I mean, last game, Skillous was behind, but I don't know, it was, like 10% behind and maybe 15, then 20, then 50 when he was under attack and he was really in a lot of trouble. But it was small until it became really big. This has been very big. This quickly became a very big problem for Geralt. Skillous should never lose this game. Should never lose this game. And I think the only thing that would cause any amount of problems would be DTs. Skillous wouldn't immediately die to DTs, but then maybe they get into every single one of his bases and cause a lot of confusion. That's the only way this gets weird. There's no other way Geralt can make this weird, because he can't. His 2-base all-in it was flat. Nothing happened. His 3-base all-in would also be flat. Skillous has already been rewarded for his faster 3rd base. So even if Geralt put all of his resources into attacking on 3 bases, skipped whatever probes he meant to make, whatever, it still wouldn't be enough. His actual best bet is to hope to defend against Skillous' aggression, and hope as the game eventually gets to, 200-200, the grand equalizer. And that should just not happen. Geralt is going to match the supply of Skillous for a limited amount of time, but it is a limited amount of time. He is on the dregs of gasoline at this point. The needle is on empty, basically. And now his best chance? Alright, yeah, base trade. DTs also would have been more helpful in a base trade, but this is his only chance, a base trade. If he had tried to continue defending, Skillous would have whittled him down, continued to expand, continued to get better upgrades, something that Geralt just had to completely give up on, is the way this opened, and then he'd eventually die. But, that was the one hope. Defend. Other hope, just base trade and hope it works. Hail Mary. Eyes closed. Jesus, take the wheel. Force field would be lovely. Force field is available. Blink, of course, is available for Skillous, but would he blink into all of those Stalkers and Zealots? He's going to recall into them, and that's also a little dicey. But because he recalled and then blinked, he was able to, I guess, avoid the majority of the Zealots flashing in on all of his Stalkers. They still are definitely taking out Stalkers, though. And the recall wasn't all-encompassing. This is getting as weird as Geralt was hoping. Excellent strategy here from Geralt. The Hail Mary strategy. It's kind of worked. Yeah, it was a little Artosis pylon right there. Unfortunately, Geralt not able to kill that Forge. Might not have been thinking about it, because he was thinking, hey, this did good damage. Like, now let's try to recuperate. Let's try and regroup. But if he had focus fired that Forge, that would have been really nice. The last thing done before he blinked out, that would have evened the scales a little bit, because now we're on +2 versus 0 upgrades. Geralt does have a little bit more army supply, and here actually it comes. The Zealots on the backside, a wonderful maneuver. Skillous' Immortals on the front, however, starting to take down a lot of the Stalkers. Do need to be focus fired, and it looks like the Zealots of Geralt just not numerous enough. Skillous eventually just blinks his way away from the Zealot swipes, and the Micro will always win out in a longer battle, which is what was starting to happen there. Geralt did have his best attempt, I would say. I guess you could, well, the absolute best scenario for Geralt right there would be if the Immortals were locked actually behind the Stalkers, and then they were inadvertently fighting the Zealots. That probably would have been the best case scenario. But he was very close to the best case scenario with the situation that he had. Did not work out, but he's going to go for round number 2 on the base trade. Skillous picking up on that, trying to run back home, stopping him from getting into any type of annoying area. Even some Zealots warped in, and the natural would have caused problems, because Geralt would have had to blink away from them, and then not have blink to escape. Geralt did invest into a Dark Shrine. Attaboy. You see the game going as chaotic as it has, and this is the only thing that's working out for you. Add in DTs to the mix. Geralt giving a really strong performance in PvP. I don't think it's enough, especially as the two DTs just walk right into an Observer. That was not what you wanted. But this is... Even though Geralt's going to lose this game, I'm still kind of impressed with what he's done here. Zealot's on the third. Scout Dark Shrine, he already knows about it. DT in the natural. Geralt is finding some probe damage, but at the same time, losing almost his Nexus? He loses all the probes, and that's about as good as killing the Nexus. Zealots once again in the third, kind of coming in for a pseudo surround as well. DT still causing some damage, though, by the looks of it. Yeah, one DT on the fourth base as well. Skillous thought he was going to get away with that. Not so much, but then can Geralt hold on back at home? Observer still with Skillous' army. Geralt, no way to take that down. DTs will not be the savior right here. Zealots again on the backside, getting a lot of good swipes on Skillous' Stalkers, but overall, Skillous keeping them alive, and Geralt does not have the finishing blows that he needs. Two Immortals in here would be killing so many Stalkers, but it's not going to be good enough. Now realizing he's got to tap out. GG. Skillous will hold on to game 2 and take us to a game 3. And I hate to look like a real Geralt fanboy here, but I love both of these guys, okay? They both came from kind of similar situations, in my opinion, which is that they weren't the top of the line Protoss for a little while, but then both of them had really strong showings in like 2020s European regions, and then just continued to be a presence. And then particularly on like the stylings, you could prefer one or the other. Then you had this, you know, kind of backstory for Skillous, where he immediately put a middle finger to Russia and left and said, "I'm like, this is not cool. I'm gonna leave and try and help out the democratic world." But anyway, so I like both of them, I swear to God. But Geralt's, he's really showing me better PvP than I expected. I thought it was gonna be good, but that first game was really crisp, and the second game was the opposite of crisp, but it was the only thing he could do, so that was actually a good thing. It was the best thing he could do anyway, but that was not a good start for Geralt. He tried something, tried to be greedy, he did get punished. It might have looked like a very small thing, because it was like 4 units versus 4 units. Blinked, 30 seconds faster. Like, how big of a deal was it? Well, it was a very big deal. It really snowballed the rest of that game. Thank you, Electric Soap Dish. I would advise not putting anything electric near your sink, but okay. Thank you for the Prime sub. Now we're on Whispers of Gold. In the top left, it is Geralt. To the bottom right, it is Skillous. And just to be super clear, Geralt did lose game 2. I'm singing his praises right now, but Skillous, he did what he needed to do, attack into the natural, cause disruptions in Geralt's greedy build. And then from that point on, Skillous was pretty much not an easy game. Geralt made it as difficult as possible. But until Geralt decided to Hail Mary base trade, Skillous was up 20 supply. And in 20 supply, in a really integral moment to be up 20 supply. Not like 20 supply of roaches against Protoss. But 20 supply in a mirror matchup when they're both doing the exact same thing. Ahead in probes, ahead in the third nexus, ahead in army supply, ahead in upgrades. Literally everything was going for Skillous. So Skillous, he was tasked with just making sure to tie up the game with a nice bow, and Geralt really tried to make it as messy as possible. Skillous maybe had to end the game right there before it got any weirder. I mean, if he had gone chasing around 4 DTs in every one of his bases, if he had not been offensive, that would have been Geralt's ticket back in. But Skillous, by being aggressive while simultaneously handling the DTs, not perfectly, but still, that's what you need to do. Another 2-gate versus 2-gate. Neither player really eager to go for any proxies off of one base, though, which I am a little surprised by. My guess in the first game was totally wrong, by the way, but I'll deal with it. Because I don't even think Geralt... Well... Actually, I mean, maybe my guess wasn't totally wrong. But it's not actually important. What is important is I was thinking if Geralt was forced into that apparent 2-base attempt, or if that had been his plan all along. And initially I was going to say, nah, he was forced into it because it just got so weird. But no, I think that was his plan all along. I think Geralt was hoping to skip out on those early game units, get that 30, 40 second faster blink, and then hit a really sharp timing with the proxy, where Skilla still didn't have his blink, but then also might not have had protection on the third of the natural. Because if everything had gone swimmingly, Geralt would have had this faster blink, and then, you know, good economy, and then would have been trying to probably harass Skillis to keep him off the scent of the proxy, and then, yeah. But that... I mean, I guess technically that means Geralt was going to try and 2-base win the series 2-0, easy peasy, but regardless, no 1-base all-ins, no 1-base attempts. It's a PvP, for God's sakes. Where's my proxies? Hallucination will be able to scout. Skillis did go for a very safe opener. Geralt did not try and go for that Twilight Council, but he did once again skip like a unit, and he doesn't have any sentries of his own, but of course he doesn't need them. Oracle, Stargate, that's what he prioritized instead. This also could help him if Skillis did try to attack. Skillis would have 5 units and across the map against 2 ground units, but 1 Oracle that would just burst through those sentries. Although, sentry damage versus them isn't too bad now. Yeah, I was actually, maybe not. Maybe an Oracle wouldn't have helped. I don't know, maybe if Skillis had just gone across the map and attacked again, that would have been a little troublesome. Assuming that he had shield batteries back at home to defend, of course. He does have 1 in the natural, but none in the main, just merely guarding with 2 stalkers. Ultimately trying to be efficient, as 1 Oracle should not be doing a lot of damage. Especially as it wasn't proxied. Geralt's Oracle so far ineffective. Not a whole lot else to talk about. Skillis goes into Twilight Council. Geralt shortly behind on that Twilight Council. This is the reverse scenario of the first game, by the way. But so far, Geralt hasn't lost his Oracle. Now, Skillis places a proxy pylon down, and the Oracle, I think, just barely missed the move out. Stalkers show themselves, but this could look like an attempt to check for the stasis trap in preparation for a 3rd Nexus. So, I don't think Geralt knows about this. This is really sneaky. Skillis manages to get his army across the map. Now, Geralt is building a shield battery, because I think that does make sense. This is what he's, you know, he's afraid that this could be an attack, and he's right about it. Fortunately, despite not knowing 100%, his stalkers... I would love to give Geralt credit on the ability to save all those stalkers. I think that was kind of lucky. Yeah, I don't know, but that's just my opinion, man. But that seemed like Skillis' force fields were... They looked so pre-planned. They're like in there, and there, and there. And then Geralt's stalkers were just like... Dodge and weave, bro. Dodge and weave. I don't know how any of his stalkers did not die. That was kind of amazing. Skillis, I think, really had something with a proxy pylon potential, too. Like, if he had caught 2 stalkers of Geralt right off the bat with the force fields, he would have continued the aggression. He would have the proxy, even though slow warp-in still would have been a little extra. And that could have been something, but it looks like Geralt was also prepping for what his plan was perhaps last game. Not the same plan, but a similar one. Proxy gateway near Skillis' 3rd Nexus, delaying his own. So if he does not get this canceled, he would be in a lot of trouble. But Geralt has a lot of stalkers, 14 to 11. Skillis trying to help out with the sentries here. The Guardian Shield certainly a help, but now it's gone. Sentry deleted. No shield battery for Skillis on his 3rd. He actually blinks forward aggressively, but he doesn't realize he's warping in. His opponent's warping in right there. That was not the blink he wanted to do, and now he doesn't have a lot to protect this Immortal. Shield battery thankfully is there. Was I blind? I missed it? Okay, fine, but still. Is 1 shield battery and 1 Immortal enough? Uh-oh, that's going to be tested. Fortunately for Skillis, that took 3 shots, not just 2. But Geralt still has more stalkers coming in, and Skillis' other Immortal is not going to be here in time. 3rd Nexus finishes, but it might have been better off being canceled. I don't know, man. Shield batteries are depowered currently. A second one, it would be great if it was alive. If it was helping. The Immortal is going to be shot down, although Blink was just used, so Geralt can't get on top of the Immortal. That is going to give time for the shield batteries to survive, but not the Nexus. That gets shot down. And, you know, ultimately the goal was to never have to worry about shutting down your own Nexus, but at the end of the day, he probably should have canceled it. I would say damned if you do, damned if you don't, but, you know, with Geralt still not having his own third, a cancel would not have been a bad call. Very difficult decisions to make in the heat of the moment. Unfortunately for Skillus, the decisions do not go his way. And now it's just a little bit of hopium. Very interesting. You know, Skillus, he attacks at a time in which Geralt's 2-base commitment had yet to give him the stalker advantage. So there was still that opportunity. But then Geralt was 2-base dedicating, so Skillus definitely could have been guilty of over-dedicating. But at the end of the day, he pulled back at a really appropriate time, and if he had known that there was a proxy gate near his third, he probably wouldn't have done that blink. If he didn't do the blink, shield batteries are up. I don't know if the first Immortal survives, but the second one actually has shield batteries to help it. And the Nexus isn't targeted as much, so it doesn't die, it doesn't get sniped. But yeah, I don't think he knew. And that is Geralt advancing with some stellar PvP. I am surprised. I never thought he would, you know, I wasn't saying he would never win. I just thought that Skillus would have everything that I've attributed to Geralt. I'm like, oh, that was a good move. Even though he lost, this was a good move. I actually thought I'd be doing that for Skillus. But we're going to continue with the PvPs here. We're going to continue testing Geralt's PvP. Because he's going to be facing Hero. Just asking if they're going to go to NA. Which they should, because this is not like the ESL Open Cups where it's region advantage. This is not supposed to have an advantage, except for the time of which it's played. So yeah, they're gonna hop on over here. I'm gonna BRB. I'm gonna choose this moment to finally go to the bathroom, which I've had to do since the PvP started. So BRB. Oh, I should put on music. Most people jumping into this one. Although Roddy's really man of the people. He always goes down to the lower bracket to cast because no one else will. You know, I wonder if with how much Cyril has proven to be the outlier of Zerg, I wonder how much that takes away the argument that he was as good as he was because Zerg was overpowered. Or maybe that just means, you know, 2018 is what I'm talking about. Maybe that just means that Zerg was overpowered at that point, and he just benefited even more because he was also really, really good. And that's why he doesn't win literally everything anymore. I think one thing it should do is prove anyone who is like, Zerg is still overpowered, and that's why Cyril wins. Like, that should no longer be a conversation. Doesn't PvP stand for player versus player? There are no other races. I mean, Artosis did what all content creators would do. Let's just create controversy. Unfortunately, he is still creating StarCraft-specific controversy. It'll be a sad, sad, sad day when Artosis becomes like every popular Twitch streamer does, which is some political talk show stupidity. I don't know. Hey, Sergio. Saying that StarCraft was faster, smoother, superior. Woo! Woo! That's a bold thing to do on an Artosis video, man. Who won? Geralt won. How is he bashing it by saying that StarCraft 2 is slightly better by a very slight margin? Hey, you don't have to say that you wanted to trigger him. I mean, maybe that was your end goal, but this is just like an opinion. You can have the opinion of that. That's fine. That's okay. Don't let the Brood War elitists tell you differently. You must admit that Brood War is superior, and the only reason you don't play it is because it's too hard. Otherwise, it's the bestest game ever made, and nothing comes close to it, and StarCraft 2 is garbage. It's such a... In my opinion, this whole, like, Brood War versus StarCraft 2 thing... Even though I like a lot of things about Brood War, so I'm not even, like... I don't even want to say which one I like better. Obviously, I do one more than the other. But it's such a... It's such an easy argument for one side. You know what I mean? It feels like one side is more heavily weighted than the other. If you say that you like Brood War more than StarCraft 2, people are like, oh, so wise. That's right. Yeah, I see your point. I get it. Even though I don't play it. But if you ever said the opposite, so many more people would be like, well, come on, there's so many problems. Am I right, fellas? Like, one just automatically gets you nerd cred, and the other one is like, well, okay, little child. All right. It's because you didn't grow up with it. I feel like very strongly that's what the argument devolves into. Truly. It's like, you know what? I'm going to say it. This is so out of left field, but I'm going to say it. There's a time, and it might still exist, where if you were a woman and you had a lot of male friends, if you said, I'm not like other girls because I don't wear makeup, the men would be like, you'd get so much credibility. And it just feels so fucking stupid. But it was, that's what it kind of reminds me of. If you were like, well, I think, you know, the girls who do, you know, they dress up and they get pretty and they should be able to live how they want. And there'd be a lot of guys in high school who'd be like, a bunch of superficial nonsense, that's what that is. But a girl who plays video games? Oh my god. She says video games are cool? Oh my god, what a fucking unicorn. Anyway, moving on. We got ourselves a PvP, but a very different PvP. It is 2-gate versus 2-gate, so that's not different. But when I was saying, hey, skillless Geralt, probably gonna have a proxy, and then no one did, I was still more likely to be correct, because, yeah, it's PvP. But now that we have Hero, if Hero doesn't cheese, I'd be very surprised. He's not cheesing right now, so just disregard that. But if he doesn't cheese the entire series, I'd be very surprised. I forgot to put this. So, Hero is actually doing complete opposite of being cheesy. I mean, he's getting nothing but sentries right now. Geralt's not going to do anything terribly different. Oh, he's doing the thing that okay, yeah, he's doing the game 2 versus Skillus again. So he's gone for only 1 sentry. And then right into a Twilight Council. So he's going to have faster blink, but really not by that much. You know, you see 3 sentries versus 1, and you're like, well, that's some cash right there. But the amount of the gas isn't really the issue necessarily. Like, the gas here for Geralt could have produced other sentries. Now, he still would have been a little later to the Twilight Council, I guess, if he got 1 more sentry. But giving up on 2 sentries has once again seemed to not been worth it. Hero scouts the intention of his opponent thanks to the early hallucination. And because of that, just sends whatever units he has across the map. He's like, yeah, that'll work. And this is even less than what Skillus threw across the map. This is 3 sentries, no Stalker. But my god. 3 sentries apparently going to do some work here. Oh, nope, he didn't block out the Stalker, Ooh, losing a sentry. I would say it's actually better handled than what happened versus Skillus, even though it's a little... Hold on. Uh-oh. Spoke too soon. I was going to say, even though it's a little embarrassing to have 3 sentries and only sentries do anything to you. But I did speak too soon. He did end up losing more units there. But Geralt, the reason he lost units is because he pushed that back and then clearly stopped paying attention to his Stalkers. He was focusing on producing his hidden Dark Shrine. Now, I think Hero knows this is a possibility. And I actually don't know if Hero would have watched the last series, by the way. Usually it'd be in your best interest to do so, especially with the same exact matchup, but I don't think Hero cares. He probably took a little mini nap waiting for this, actually, because it's 5 in the morning. But seriously, you see at Twilight Council, there is that potential of Dark Shrine. There's also the potential of a 2-base attack with Blink that's a little bit faster, but they're not actually in this game. But it is absolutely the Dark Shrine, and if you are the least bit worried about that, then you are going to need to concern yourself with a Robo. Now, if you are not at all concerned about a Dark Shrine, then the Robo would be pushed off possibly to even after the 3rd Nexus was finished. You wouldn't need it. The Immortal isn't necessary, although some people do absolutely get it faster than others. And the Observer wouldn't be necessary because you'd be hallucinating scouting. But Invisible Men, gotta have an Observer. First Observer is going across the map. Second Observer was produced. This is absolute confirmation that Hero is like... If I had to give a number to his guesswork here, he's like 80% is DTs. The 20% that it might not be, I'm not particularly worried about. But he is having to worry about that as well, which is possibly why this Observer went out on the map. The Observer goes, it sees if there's any movement of an army, of a Blink Stalker army, doesn't see anything. The other Observer is like, well, it could come in from this angle. I would say usually people keep one Observer at home, but this is kind of doing the trick. And it looks like Geralt, knowing the jig was up. I'm not exactly sure how he knew, to be honest. But I guess just the movement of the army. Because he wouldn't have seen the Observers and... Probably just the movement of the army. He's like, you know what? It's not the ideal time to do it. Oh, because he saw the Robo. Oh, duh. He saw the Robo. Yeah, so seeing the Robo, knowing that it's a possibility, yes, you could try and sneak in the DTs, hoping the Observer is out of place, but the better opportunity is going to reveal itself later on in the game. So this is still unideal. The Dark Shrine still messed up his build order a little bit, but in all honesty, because there was such a strong but passive reaction to the Dark Shrine, you know, Hero did just stay at home and did just get a couple of Observers to make sure he didn't die to him. Geralt could have possibly skipped some warp-ins. He's almost even on the upgrades, charge and +1. He's actually ahead in workers. 4th base coming down faster for Geralt as well, but Geralt is missing one crucial thing because all of the decisions happening in this game, he never got anything that's scouted reliably. So, when he could have possibly the one on offense, that was fine, but now that he's on defense, fortunately does see the real army off to the right side and is prepared for it, but Zell's going to the natural too, could be a problem. And then Hero does not know about this 4th base, but that could be easily sniped. Now, as soon as the army seemed to appear across the map, oh, Warp was in lane 2. Geralt did send in his DTs. Nice maneuver there, but then Hero doing even more damage. GT defense necessary in the main. Hero gonna just recall out, hoping that his Zealot run-bys will do the damage his main army could not. And it does seem to be doing a good amount of damage, but in a very funny coincidence, almost the exact amount of damage. Both losing an equal number of probes. Hero did manage to kill more pylons to depower 4 gateways and the forge, so Hero's gonna get ahead, plus 1 armor, interesting enough. But he never figured out that Geralt was getting a 4th base. This is huge. This is undeniably in Geralt's favor, because he lost the same amount of probes. He's now down by 4, but whatever. He didn't lose any army because Hero recalled out and his DTs dealt with the Zealots. And he has a 4th base. Totally unknown. Hero is going to think, well, that isn't exactly the plan, but I still have all these other things. And he's having no idea. Now, Hallucination is going to go right to the 4th base. Sneaking Suspicion was probably hoping that was still building. Not done. But the good news is probes have not saturated that base yet, so Hero... His timer isn't as extreme on the amount of damage that he has to do, but he does need to do damage. He might do this attack while getting a Nexus behind it, and I think that would be totally fine. But then again, Hero doesn't half-ass it, he whole-asses it. And he's going to go for an attack at the same time that Geralt moves out. Neither one knew about this, but the Hero's Observer sees it before Geralt was at Hero's Natural. Hero just walked right across the map, totally unknown to Geralt, into the Natural, into the 3rd, realizing it's a base trade, is going to split his forces so that they're going to kill everything possible in a short amount of time before Geralt possibly returns home. But it looks like we're in almost a full base race territory right now. Hero much faster to it, faster to the actual attack, and then faster to splitting up his army and killing all of these bases in production. Main base of Geralt is now under fire. Not much to do about it. Recall is going to be used for Geralt. What exactly is he recalling, though? And it is enough. I think that was the majority of his natural army, I want to say. Oh my god, the Archons. Oh my god, the Archons and the probes. Oh, baby. Nearly avoided. Looks like Hero still wanting to keep those alive. Long-distance mining could be very important in a game like this. In this case, though, it'll be regular mining. Hero still has 2 fairly healthy bases. Geralt lost all of his bases except his main. And now Geralt losing maybe a 3rd or 4th of his army as it is stuck in place all alone. Archons might as well try and get the shots that it possibly can. Geralt's army now coming up as well. Remember, this is a lot of probes in the army. Hero, though, still with also a good amount of Zealots because his Immortals focus fired, but this was no contest. Hero all the way. 78 army supply to 10 at the very end there. It was a good attempt by Geralt. But Hero, he is good at PvP. He is good at this game, and he's probably going to get to the finals to face Clem. Zargio, thank you for the gifted sub during that. Hero might be the best Protoss, but MaxPax is pretty... He's a good contender. The thing is, the more that we don't have offline tournaments, the more that MaxPax holds that title. Hero definitely always at the edge in my eyes because he went to offline tournaments and performed well. And I do give a lot of credit to offline tournaments. But the more that we're online only, the more the Max Packs will, I think, be the best Protoss. Anyway, first or second best Protoss, we have Hero, who is up 1. And on the bottom left of Amygdala, we have Geralt. Oh, Zargio, you gotta not capitalize that H, buddy. No one in the world thinks that Team Liquid's Hero could be the GOAT. No one. And if you're some weirdo out there who thinks that Team Liquid's hero is the GOAT because he won a lot of stuff in 2012, you're just a silly Billy. Capitalization. It matters. What sucks, though, is that the Zerg, the Brood War player, is also the same capitalization as this hero. But no one cares about that game. Hero played a macro, mostly defensive game. When he did choose to attack, he was the old hero, which is not going to hesitate. Not going to sit in the middle of the map and go, oh, I don't know, which one should I go for the base trade or shouldn't I? No, he just full sense it, which is absolutely the right thing to do. But for the beginning of the game, he did not do anything aggressive. Well, he went for the 3-sentry attack, but that's a demand. If you scout that they're going for that opener, I think you are obligated to go and try and attack the person. So it's not even about hero being extra special aggressive or interesting playstyle. I think it's just what you have to do. And other than that, hero waited until 3 base to attack. Did not go to a 4th. His intentions were to end the game prior to a 4th base, sure, but that's still 3 base. And so far in game number 2, no signs of aggression, although we do have a difference. Hero definitely not opting for that sentry opener. Quite the opposite. Now, stalkers can oftentimes mean aggression that leads to, like, proxy, or even a 6 stalker opener just to be really aggressive on the front lines. But it could also just mean they go into sentries after, sure. Adepts are almost never going to be into an all-in, I would say. But I don't want to say that 100% because there's trickery. But adepts are, they're scouting, they're harassment. They could go into 8 adepts and do a frontal attack, which we've seen, but I don't remember the last time I've seen it. But that's what we're talking about now that Geralt sees, hey, it's adepts, not sentries. So the one thing that's for sure is that it's not a sentry opener. It's not going to be as defensively minded as that first game, even though, again, the sentries went for an attack. And I do need to worry about the adepts harassing, as well as what he could be doing behind this. Not really a big surprise to see a Stargate. Hallucination is going to make sure it really does build an Oracle. Of course, you can see it. Geralt did something interesting. Proxy Pylon plus Proxy Cybernex Core. You want to build the Cybernex Core because it has the most health, so it builds the fastest, as well as has the most health to kill. That's right, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway, but it also costs the same as a Gateway and a Forge. But this is interesting to do in PvP. We've seen it in PvZ. I haven't really seen it a whole lot in PvP, but if you're pretty damn certain that they really want to get a Nexus, and there's no not getting a Nexus if they're going to go Stargate, I think, then blocking it could be the right call. Could be. And the loss of minerals might not be too much of a hiccup either, as you skip a couple of your own Gateway units perhaps and hope to get them in time later. Which I think is what happened here. Sentry in the main to help out against the Oracle with the shield battery, of course. But the Adepts do get in, and that is problematic. The Oracle can't help out. I mean, it kind of could, actually. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. So the Oracle's not going to bother trying to help out. The Adepts and Oracle combination we know can be terrifying, but they didn't really get into a pattern there. They didn't get in sync. The synergy wasn't there. And Hero just runs away with the Oracle, which is going to be useful for later anyway. But on to Blink we go. Geralt, obviously going to go into Blink as well. Had that interruption with his mining, so was missing the minerals, and now looks a little imbalanced on the macro. It is what it is. What are you going to do? And Hero gets his little advantage in the early game thanks to some harassing units. Geralt put up a damn good fight despite being in a bad position. There's an unintentional base trade, and one that he was later to, which sets you off on the wrong path, but he did try. It's going to be Hero leading the game a little bit now, though. Literally leading as in ahead, but then also doing the next thing first. They both are going to get their Nexuses, but Hero does get his first. Gets his Forge, which I also would expect Geralt to get, but Hero gets his first. And you're just playing catch-up the entire time, and you should lose the game. This is where, if Geralt wanted to, maybe throw a wrench into things, the one I could think of is not going for pro production and forges, but Gateway's instead trying to kill him, but it's like it's too late for that. Definitely is, if it goes on a forge. Garrett going to be missing out on a lot of scouting as well again, which did hurt his chances in the last game. And he knows about Hero's third. Hero knows about Geralt's third. Hero is putting down a little proxy pylon here. Probe is still around, but it might be for a gateway, actually. It might be for a gateway. It is for a gateway. Spicy. Spicy. So Hero, you know, he is getting charged, getting +1, but these are all things that are going to finish when the gateway does. And if Geralt doesn't scout this proxy, which he still is not scouting, the hallucination just went nowhere, then he is going to be in a lot of trouble because he's investing into some pretty expensive technology that, you know, if there's no observer, then all power to you, you're going to win. Or Oracle, in this case. But there is an Oracle. And so if you're going to invest into DTs, which are not real fighting units, while someone is preparing a very dedicated attack on you, the best thing you can do is make an Archon. And that might not be good enough. Perhaps if things... Oh, Geralt. Geralt might find it. Geralt might find it. Oh, no, he's so close. Oh, this could have been in the nick of time. He could have gotten the pylon. And instead, he's going to blink forward and now be blinked upon. Now he's in huge trouble. Geralt now realizing what Hero was doing. Now he sees the proxy and is he understands the situation. But he already lost a little bit of that battle. Now his Hail Mary is to throw a Dark Templar behind enemy lines. Oh, no, he just killed the Oracles. Never mind, he can use it offensively. Offensive. Or, well, these are defensive. Defensive DTs. Defensive. And if he could afford a second DT, I think his gateway production is the problem right now. If he could get a second DT and send it across the map and hope that the Oracle isn't rebuilt. Hero doesn't know about the DTs yet. Oh, this would be such an amazing opportunity for an offensive DT. Sneak in one of those DTs in the front lines. It's not happening, though. DT is certainly being used defensively as they should. I think Hero at this point in time has got to pick up on it. There we go. Cannon's going down. Oracle could be produced as well, but it looks like Hero's pretty sure he's going to win this game, despite the DTs. He's cleared out the third Nexus. Might be able to kill the third Nexus? Nah, he's not going to focus fire it. It still wasn't in time. That still was not good enough. Geralt's... Oh, wow. I guess he had excess minerals. I swear he was gateway blocked for a while, and that hurt his chances in the Stalker defense as well as the DT defense. But it also meant that he started to accumulate minerals, and now he's going to go for a very risky gamble. Going to try and slap that fourth base down. Hide it, basically. Like, just all the attention is on the right side of the map. So maybe. Oh, the DT doesn't even get the pylon. No. Oh, it would have been a temporary measure anyway. Geralt now using DTs defensively and Archons, which helps out against the Zealots, but we're down 50 supply. Yeah, he was so close to finding that gateway in time. At the very least, he wouldn't have blinked aggressively forward and might have had a chance to defend around his third. Given that little extra couple of Stalkers and that little extra notice to maybe then prioritize warping in a DT as opposed to the panic DT he eventually got, that could have been a difference. Geralt's, I think his lack of scouting, someone pointed it out in the previous series. I think it's even more important to the series we just watched. And that means that Hero versus Clem will be our upper bracket finals, which also would be an NA. I don't know why I changed. Why did I do that? If someone was going to fight against Clem, I think it would be Hero in this bracket, but I do think Clem is the favorite to win. Rainer's top 4. I know Clem had a good run with his Protoss, but I'd still want more evidence. Herobrine's kind of back on the scene. He still streams, but he doesn't sign up for these open cups anymore. Yeah, synthwave. The retrowave's my favorite. Still bumping the midnight. I still on my chill playlist. But I haven't really been listening to a lot of new retrowave. So it's a playlist that needs updating. You'll see that Africa TV rebranded as Soup. Yeah, that was a couple of months ago. And it's stupid. But it's not surprising. Korean companies, they have their problems. Like all companies do. But one of the, like, I guess a couple of things that would affect Korea to global esports is, one, they both want to appeal to foreigners, but then also don't. They, like, it's a very, like, insular country in that way when it comes to, like, technology. Like, if their citizens can figure it out, then it's good enough. But that also means that a lot of their web pages look like they were made in 1999. Some of them literally were, and they've been meant to be on Microsoft. Internet Explorer. There we go. Internet Explorer up until like 2020 or something. Then they finally had to move off of it because it was taken down. It also means that they very rarely hire people who would actually know how to bridge the gap. So, you know, maybe they hire one or two people who are perfect for it. They speak both English and Korean. They've lived in both countries. They have really solid understanding. But then they ignore all their suggestions because they're pretty low on the ladder rung. And you really got to respect your elders there. These are all things I'm certain contributed to Africa TV rebranding as Soup. Now, of course, they rebranded because I think there's more than one reason, but at least one of them was that, like, Africa TV had so many. It had already been looked at and decided, you know, judged to be wanting for the rest of the world. So it's like, we could rebrand and then everyone would know it was something different. It's like, is it though? But that's not the only reason. I want to say they also got into some legal trouble, but I don't know the whole story. Anyways, Chopra's part 2 interview that's up on my YouTube, my Good Look Up on YouTube, actually goes into this type of thing a little bit. Or maybe it was part 1. Either way, one of the parts of Chopra's interview, he talks about being hired by OGN as, like, you know, just a fan. But they were like, you kind of know what's going on, so can you help us? And he was meant to fix everything that related to, like, global esports from Korea. I mean, Korea really has not done a super great job of embracing, I think, the globalization. But just with Afrika being a terrible website for anyone else, for Soup being a dumb name, the way that some of their organizations have handled themselves. I mean, Kespa was kind of a vindictive bitch. Like, they got over the Internet Explorer thing, but they still make their game. They make their websites as if you were still back in 2005 or something. You know, there's pop-ups everywhere, not just one, not just the cookies. You know, we have cookies pop up, and we have like a newsletter pop up at like some of the worst websites in English. But for them, it's like 6 of them, and then like all of the things are just not intuitive. Like, I don't. As someone who has to try and go through Korean websites very often, when I go to Korea to try and maybe try and figure something out for like food delivery, package delivery, renting a space. Like, there's so many things, right, that I've had to try and go into these Korean websites and figure out. And I could read Hangul, but most of them don't have a translation over to English. Most of them are just littered with a bunch of pop-ups. Terrible way of trying to find out what information I need. And then at the end of the day, you try and figure these things out, and it's like, oh, by the way, I need a Korean telephone number. So you're screwed anyway. You're like, okay, great. Well, now I know how terrible your website is, so whatever. So it doesn't even matter that now it's no longer on Internet Explorer. I mean, they still use Edge, which All right, we're in the finals, but not the finals, guys. We are in the winners finals. So all of these players here, as in both of them, have won all of their games. And now to see who moves on to the final winners match. In the top left, it is Hero. In the bottom right, it is Clam. We're on Whispers of Gold. So this is a best of 3. Whoever loses this goes down to the lower bracket to play someone in a best of 1. Then they come right back up, and they face whoever won. And if they win that one, then they have to play a second best of. So it's that lower bracket reset shenanigans that can happen in this type of tournament. Who will it be? Clem has been pretty dominating in these cups. Of course, Max Pax is usually the big contender. And they'll go back and forth, generally favored to Clem, but Max Pax occasionally comes out swinging with a 3-0. Or 2-0 in this case. But he's not here today. Max Pax did not sign up for whatever reason. And Clem is now the expected victor. If there was one guy in the bracket who could stop that, it would probably be Hero. But considering Clem's TVP prowess, say that 10 times fast, it's going to be very difficult. Thank you, Mr. Chaz, for $10. Classic matchup with a classic caster. I guess I am classic. I'm StarCraft classic at this point. 15 years in, and you spent 7 of those years, 8 of those years, very much not being first string. It still feels weird to be like the person who's hired for a lot of stuff and the person who people are considered, they're like, oh, like they're a part of the scene now. You know what I mean? Anyway. So, Hero, unfortunately, is a Max Pax. So even though Clem might not have a perfect TVP win record because he faces Max Pax so often, and Max Pax is Protoss, so if Max Pax can do it, any other Protoss can do it. There has and still is something different about Max Pax. That even though these other great Protoss players, and Hero, when he plays his absolute best StarCraft, is one of the best players in the world, across all the races, but only if he plays the best. Like, he still isn't Max Pax, and he still doesn't do all the things that Max Pax does to really mess up Clem. And the biggest example I can give of this, I think, is... Okay, well, first of all, there's a Viking on the line. What the hell? Wait, what? Wow, okay, Clem might think this is a Stargate opener. But why would he think that? Why is he getting a Viking? I'm very confused. Reaper's gonna head in, and it's gonna actually see that the Twilight Council. It's not gonna stop the Viking. So, best case scenario, this Viking goes behind the mineral line at some point and kills him. But yeah, very odd opener. Seems like Clem denied scouting, just took a guess. Perhaps based off previous games versus Hero, and he was wrong. So that's a little awkward. You would definitely want to be doing something else if you knew 100% this is what your opponent was doing. But regardless, this is what he's got. So what point I was trying to make, the biggest example I can give of why people are different than Max Pax is absolutely with the 3 or 4 gate blink. Now, all the Protosses can do those builds, either 3 or 4 gateways of blink. This is 3 gateways for Hero. All Protosses can do it, and all Protosses can win with it. But Max Pax is extra frightening. Everyone will say that they are more scared of Max Pax's blink gateway opener than other Protosses. Even though Hero, I would say, is still more well known for being the aggressive, cutthroat, kill you before you can get started type of guy, I do not believe his 3 or 4 gate is better than Max Pax's. In both the actual usage of it, so the actual 4 gate itself, or in the follow-up to it, in which Max Pax, more often than any other Protoss out there, is able to rebound from a failed 4 gate. Now, it's gotten much harder for him. Clem has really figured out if he does defend an actual 4 gate, Clem usually wins the game against Max Pax now. But that's also why Max Pax isn't 4 gate anymore. He 3 gates and then applies pressure. But regardless, that's my best example. It's still something that it makes Max Pax the outlier, even though it is a very common build, a very practiced build, a very old build that many people have experimented with. But going back to this game, Clem has this kind of awkward opener, but nothing really happens because of it. Did his Viking ever go across the map to try and do any damage? No. Might just sit around now and guard against future War Prism, which is also not a terrible use of a Viking. It's just not something you'd want to get first and foremost. I mean, you built nothing but defensive units when nothing was coming your way, when you could have built maybe a Medivac and a Widowmine drop, which at the very least is going to give you some amount of mining distraction, but then also a little bit of scouting. Right now, Clem's follow-up scouting limited to his 3rd Nexus scout, which is the most important thing, for sure. But you still want to usually sneak in there with a Medivac, have something threatening over there. Maybe you see this early Dark Shrine because you get in, although maybe it would have been proxied. And you feel like you have some say on the map as the Terran player, but as that is not the case, we're kind of just doing the really defensive thing, which Clem has also been forced to get used to. We think of him as a very aggressive micro player who can win the game with his first 2 Medivacs sometimes in this matchup, but he has had to get used to being the defensive guy who waits for the perfect timing. Sometimes that timing is when he's completely maxed out. This observer is going to see, well, it has seen, the intention of the 3rd base this entire time, I believe. Maybe it didn't. Maybe it was over there. But now it sees the intention of the 3rd base. But Hero, his actual intention has not been scouted. Clem deletes the observer, but Hero already has a lot of information. And Hero, with this proxy gateway, absolutely planning on being aggressive. He's on 3 bases. He's moving into Colossus. But this is a hallucination. Clem might figure it out soon. But he is under fire. It looks like he's handling things very well, though. Bunker's still alive in the natural. Seems to be a change he's made over the last month or two. He just keeps that baby alive, and I think that is very much worth it. These tactics are annoying, especially on this map. And if one thing does throw off a Terran player, it's usually Zealot run-bys. Maxpax is the best with them, but other Protoss do it too. And these Zealot run-bys just are not finding the success they would like, because they're not getting into the SEV line, but they're also not really distracting Clem. They're supposed to be something that's almost equally as scary as the frontal push. So the Terran player is split between what they should cover first. And if they're split, then they sometimes make mistakes. Seems like Hero just regrouped his entire army. Clem, though, not really taken aback by that, you know? But he pulls back away from the Zealots, which did not get close to a surround. The rest of the army actually is not that scary without a true Colossus in the mix. The amount of Immortals that were available, it was 3, now down to 2. I mean, it can pack a punch, but honestly, when the Zealots are gone, this army just is not going to stand up to the bio, something that Clem knows for sure. That's why he jumped on top of it. Once the Zealots were deleted, his confidence skyrocketed. Now he is getting very low on health. Needs to give some time for the Medivacs to heal up. Again, not a real Colossus, so he could push the issue. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Chases after the Immortals, but these Immortals are starting to one-shot some of these Marauders. This is playing a little bit with fire, when it's quite unnecessary, too. Clem does not need to push the issue here. If he can get more damage done, fantastic. If he can't, it's not bad. And Clem does finally say, all right, that's enough. He has been macroing up behind this. 4th CC is on the way. 1-2 on the way. Sorry, 2-1. Better way to say it. He's been really good about his ship weapon upgrades since I've been casting again. Like, he's always gotten +2 by the time he gets to Liberators. So it's not Liberators then +2. And that also means his Vikings are a little bit more efficient against Colossus, and that is a understandable, good upgrade, but something we don't necessarily see from every Terran all the time. Hero is on +2 attack, moving on to +3, so he's not too far behind on the upgrades. He did get a 4th Nexus behind that attack. 5th Nexus coming down, though. I think the speed of this is maybe even a little more important. Like, the 4th Nexus is going to be delayed to a certain extent with the idea to attack your opponent. It's not big macro, nothing but defense, right? But he did get it an okay time. The 5th coming down and possibly saturated ASAP would, I think, kind of put him back into a comfortable position. But right now, he is definitely not comfortable. Clem is on the warpath, picks up 4 Medivacs worth of units, just kind of sends him over to the left, too. If an observer did see this, then it might be, telling you go defend the main, but a probe scout was a really nice touch for Hero, who had no other options to scout where that went. Sees that it's attacking the 4th, or 5th rather, sorry. And now is able to defend. Hero's army is exactly the right amount if I think it's defensive. But if it does move out to engage the Terran army, it could be in a lot of trouble. About 20 army supply down. And steadily increasing. Clem has divvied up his army, and Hero has responded in kind, so there's no mistaking, you know, a frontal... If Clem were to suddenly move into a big frontal attack, all of his army was together on this left side, this army could be in a lot of trouble. So that's the real fear right now, as the Protoss defending has very little vision. You don't know if they're regrouping or attacking from multiple angles. And the Hero has done a good job predicting which is which. Now going to come in for a little bit of a surround as the supplies have evened up a little bit. Upgrades about to kick in. There you go for Hero. Clem, though, with a very powerful army. He's got Vikings taking on the Colossus, but the Colossus can do a ton of damage. The Zealots have simply melted against the +2 weapons of the Terran. The Zealots had 0 armor. And the Stalkers and Colossus just do not stand up against the rest of the army. Hero thought he had a moment there. He's going to collapse in on a Terran army that was unsuspecting, and he was wrong about that. His army evaporated in front of our eyes. 60 supply difference. As Hero thought he was striking at the right moment. Apparently he was not. Yeah, once the EMP hit the Zealots, and then there was a little bit of micro as well, the Zealots just went down so fast. And at that point, you know, if the Zealots are basically dead, what you're hoping they'll do is at least get a partial surround. But that did not happen. And we're just watching the last little bits of this game. It's possible that Clem messes up. Tons of Terrans have died to an overwhelming Zealot force just because they didn't predict how much left over was for the Protoss, or they messed up with their micro, I guess. But I sound bored because I am assuming Clem is going to do the right thing. I do go ahead and... I could go ahead and leave this game and you guys would know what happened, right? I will say, 5-base Protoss can be surprisingly... I'm not going to say efficient, but it could have a surprising number of Zealots, and that does sometimes find a Terran unsuspecting. But in this case, the 5th wasn't even saturated. As it gets saturated, the Terran army goes for it. If it had been saturated the entire time, I could see the supply being more 140, 170, and that's something. But once again, very Zealot dependent, and if they do not get us around, they're going to get EMP'd and killed. At least they have an armor now. But 1 armor against what is about to be +3 attack. Clem totally fine back at home, by the way. 4 bases, planetary, missile turret in case DP showed up. He's got absolutely 0 worrying back at home. Which is another... This would be the main difference, I think, between Clem... Well, Clem versus Max Packs and Clem versus Hero. I would have to believe, based off the number of games I've cast of Max Packs, which is less recently, but still a lot overall, that when Hero went for that big surround in the middle, Max Packs would have absolutely segmented off 10 Zealots, and he would have also attacked the natural, because the 4th would have been blocked, but he would have just left and like moved past it and attacked the natural. So that he had this potential surround and he had a distraction. Max Packs also would have 110% had a Warp Prism. That kid never misses a chance to get a Warp Prism. And again, even the threat of it would have been something for Clem to worry about back at home, but Clem had literally no worries. So Hero, I mean, he's clever. He can definitely choose the right moments. He can find that gap between the armor. But that wasn't it. And the way that he plays, it feels like a little more of a direct way to find the gap between the armor. It's like he's really trying, like he's really looking. He's like, where is it? Where is it? And then Max Packs actually just throws so many things. He throws the kitchen sink at the guy that the armor eventually does show its weakness. Oh, well. There was Yamato upgrade? No, that wasn't Yamato. Maybe there was, but he was trying to get to Caduceus Reactor. Caduceus. Okay, number 2. Amygdala. In the bottom left down one, he is Hero. In the top right, he is Clem. Pretty ideal game for Clem. Hero, he got that little cute hallucination in. He did apply pressure and gave himself the opportunity to try and either go for the run by or the surround with the attack on Clem's third, which is pretty classic. And I would say a lot of times Terran do have trouble in that position. I think I've seen a lot of TVPs on Amygdala. Or not Amygdala. What was the last map we had? Where it just... That division that... Well, I could attack your natural and your main, or I could attack go to third. Kind of made the Terran struggle. We saw in Clem max packs, Clem just having to bounce natural to third. Yeah, natural to third, natural to third, natural to third. But I would say 2 things. One, Hero didn't have as much of opportunity because the bunker was there. And then 2, didn't have a Colossus. And I would say a lot of times we see that same scenario. There is a legitimate Colossus with a second Colossus on the way. And I'm not really sure why Hero didn't have one. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know exactly all the builds right now, but for whatever reason he didn't have legitimate Colossus, that misses out on a lot of the staying power that Protoss have in that position, where the Colossus is not being directly countered. Vikings don't exist yet, although he did have one. But Viking response to Colossus isn't there yet. It's too expensive, the numbers aren't high enough. So 1 Colossus can usually get a lot of free pot shots in the early game. And then 2, when the Terran is deciding, like, okay, I gotta go to the natural, no, I gotta go to the third, no, I gotta go to the natural, no, I gotta go to the third. A lot of the times they're stimming, they're draining energy on the medevac, and they're getting little pot shots by that Colossus. And that does add up. And that's why it can seem like Max Packs, again, finds those opportunities where it's just like, it seems like, okay, well, like, it's not going to happen. Like, this doesn't really look like it's going to work, but we're going to stick around. Okay, I guess. Okay. Hey, wait a second. He's going to, oh no, this is actually going well for Max Packs. There's been a lot of games like that, and I think it actually is a lot about how much Max Packs sees medevac energy as a resource. But without a Colossus, and with the bunker at the natural, Clem was able to take that fight that he eventually took at max health initially. This early Zealot, I did see it. I think it was going to do a whole lot. The bunker here, almost perfectly timed. Unfortunately, not building anymore, though. That Zealot might have done exactly what it wanted to do. No. Playing with fire, but making sure the Reaper is 2-shot, not 1-shot from death whenever it jumps down. SCV's on the run, bit of distraction as well. There are goners with this distraction, and if an SCV had already been pulled, that bunker would be done. But now, this might be a little too late. Clem didn't think of that possibility fast enough. He does have a Hellion now backing up some extra units, and since Hero has to rally across town, it is going to be the case that Clem will hold. Even saves the Hellion right there. Hero's early aggression. You're killing 2 SCVs. Delayed mining time, I guess. Yeah. I think that was perfectly fine as far as Clem's response. Loses 2 units, kills 2 units. Hero is going to follow this up with a good old-fashioned 4-gate blink. This is the full-on committed one. And like I said, even when Max Pax does this, he is, again, incapable of making a macro game out of it. So, 4 years ago, Max Pax would 4-gate, not win with it, and he wouldn't be able to macro out of it. 2 years ago, he would 4-gate, not win with the 4-gate, and then macro out of it. And now I think we're back to Clem knowing how to kill the guy after he's 4-gated. So, TLDR, Hero, absolutely 100% Hero is gonna have to win this with the 4-gate. This is what we usually would think of the 4-gate, which is pretty all in. You don't do damage. you're certainly not gonna win. There was some micro battles going on while I was speaking. Not necessarily the most important ones, but what really is important is whether or not Clem is losing track of the true objective here, which is to defend a 4-gate. That would be the most important thing about all that micro battle. You know, and it's cool that 3 Stalkers went down and traded out for much less expensive units, so Clem won out in that particular battle. But if he's not remembering to be afraid of a 4-gate, he could be in a lot of trouble. And right now, even though he has some defenses against it, I don't think he has enough. If he knew for a fact it was a 4-gate, Clem does go for the second bunker. And that might be the only change, but it's still a pretty big one, I think. Good SimCity in the main, it's just good habit to do. Stalkers blink in and then can't take out the tank, so that tank ends up being in a great position. You know, the Warp Prism might be able to elevate her here, and then it could have blinked, and that would have been far more dangerous. Not certain about that, but first volley of the 4-gate, not too bad. Second one still coming, though. It's going to be relentless. Raven does not go down, but the bunker does, and the Raven is very, 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 very close to death. And I have noticed Clem's Raven control isn't what you would expect from the world's best Terran, but I am nitpicking. We do like 1,000 things at once, but like your Raven is still injured, so like, okay, good. Hellion drop at the same time. Was not expecting that, and neither was Hero. This little maneuver is gonna cost us years. Seriously though, Hero was moving away from the 4-gate. Seems like he had not planned on dedicating to it entirely. But I feel like that's really weird for a 4-gate. I mean, this wasn't a, I tried twice and now I make the Nexus. I think he made the Nexus maybe immediately after the blinking. I don't know. The timing's kind of weird there. I'm not sure about this one, but he has moved on from the 4-gate very fast. Now, the 4-gate might have failed, and this would be the better result than just trying to push it and then losing anyway. But I don't know. The thing is, even if you can get the 3rd Nexus behind the 4-gate, not only is the Terran economy untouched so far, but the army is getting better. Perhaps Hero is going to find the right moment after all. To the north, there is no bunker helping out. And the Stalkers were able to go mano a mano to the limited number of bio that was there. That was a very clutch attack. Because I thought I could have seen that going incredibly poorly. I mean, he got the tank, but then the bio was still there. But the bio didn't rip and tear through the Stalkers like I expected, so that's something. It could have gone way worse. I'm not sure that was actually good enough for Hero to bring back into this game, because what I was trying to talk about was that Clem is going to be building up a really good army, and his economy is untouched. Whereas Hero is spending his army, not getting to a better one either, as he is not adding on upgrades or tier 3 units in the form of medevacs, which people conveniently forget when they call, you know, bio tier 1. It's like medevacs, what are they? Anyway. So, as long as Clem could eventually get, like, let's say 50 bio units, Hero's army is just gonna evaporate. And I will say the Stalkers traded out a little bit with the bio, but that was still a good amount of production for the Terran. 5 racks going strong. Tank is once again sniped immediately. Widowmine's getting a little splashback on the Terran army. Hero still going to try and make this work. He is finding these little opportunities just before Clem is truly ready to go. And Hero, with every opportunity, finds another. I mean, I think the only reason that worked was because that Stalker attack beforehand killed a surprising number of bio units. And that certainly is Hero's superpower. He looked, and he found the weakness, the gap in the armor. Dimitri. Not now. This cat woke me up because he wanted to get his water. And I am in charge of watering this cat. Stop it. My cat's clawing at me. Stop. In the top right, bringing us back and bringing it to a game 3, it is Hero. In the bottom left, it is Clem. To me, that was a perfect example of a hero game, actually. You're like, I'm not sure, I'm not sure, I'm not sure. Oh, no, that was actually a perfect... Okay, fine. All right. You got me. He loses this huge chunk of stalkers, but then he does take out a chunk of bio. They probably just got lazy. Yeah. And then Hero didn't say anything. So, it's a little unfortunate, but I don't think Hero's gonna hold it against Clem. Forward gateway, by the way. So Hero might have liked the way that last game opened. Zealot harassment did work out. It could have been a little bit better of a hold from Clem, even though he eventually cleaned it up. But Clem is not going to go for a 1x expand. He's going to go for a factory expand. And this is going to put, I think, a little bit more of the pressure on Hero. They flipped the coin. Oh, okay. Sure. I don't think you go for the Zealot opener now that you've seen their factory expanding. Which isn't, it's not terrible. You know, Hero, I don't think he went for an earlier gateway. I was not paying attention. It's been a while since we've seen those earlier gateways. What is it, the 12? Yeah? But I wasn't looking. But assuming that wasn't the case, and he just put his probe down on the low ground and then the gateway, it's a little bit of extra lost mining time. And you don't have any type of Reaper wall as well, if that was something you wanted to plan. You don't have a Reaper wall and you don't have SimCity in your main. Like, those are the downsides of putting the gateway on the front. And the upside could be, 1, faster Zealot across the map, faster Stalker, whatever it is. But then 2, it could also provide a wall in the natural, if that's eventually what you need. But then, usually by the time a wall is needed in the natural, the Protoss can get a wall of some sort. Either their third gateway and like their robo or something creates the wall. But with it being a factory expand, like I said, I think it puts the pressure more on Hero. He had to change his build possibly as the opener here. Had to change his mind a little bit, but then also he needs to worry about if this could be a fast, a fast starport, could be a proxy starport. Or it could just be a lot of units. 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions trying to deal some damage or even more than that. Something that Hero would want to know. There's no reactor on any of these buildings so far, so we're not going to have a surplus of units, but they are tricky units. Grenades, Hellion, AoE, Reapers jumping up on the high ground, you know. So the shield battery in the main might seem a little overly cautious, but it should guarantee it doesn't take any damage. Not unless this was more committed. Unless it was actually a proxy starport that's sending 4 Hellions into the main. And then a shield battery don't mean shit. But with this squad's best chance was to get into the main all together, which is just not going to happen. Now it's tangling with the depths and not really taking the absolute best fight, to be honest. I guess it is going to win the fight. Woof, woof. 3 Adepts do go down for 1 Hellion, 2 Reapers. That is a win for Clem. It is. The Reaper's not going to get the scout into the main. It's not going to see that it is a Stargate. That's a little sucky. That's a little sucky. You build that many Reapers, you think you're going to get a scout. And Hero, with the 4th Adepts running across the map, is able to at least help out in some way. Adept's not going to get the scout into the main, although I think it basically did. No, it didn't. Okay. If that was the old Shade vision range, woof, everything was seen. Thankfully, they changed it. So the vision range did not see the command center. If the Adept finishes on the high ground, it actually shades, it would see it. But that's, well, that would be useful information. Seeing a 3rd CC or not is obviously useful information. But say he doesn't know it's a 3rd CC, a 2-base potential is still up there, whatever type of 2-base potential there is. So that would be kind of scary. Now sees a 3rd CC and maybe a little sigh of relief, like, okay, I'm not going to be really attacked for a while. But considering it is, oof, Cyclone and Viking coming out here with a tank as well, we can definitely tell that Clem is going to try and do something across the map. He did this last week as well, a couple more of those kind of awkwardly timed tank pushes. And now Hero has one less unit to defend and scout. So I think he knows the attack is incoming. It's probably going to direct itself to the third, but it could be the natural. Actually, most likely the natural. But he has one less unit to help out. And this is already a tricky defense if you have gone for Stargate, because Stargate units are just vulnerable. So Oracle's dead. Phoenix is going to lift the tank, I suppose. Even though this is not at all in. At all. No, absolutely not. It is still a little scary, just for that particular timing. The tank siege is in the right place, and the unit count's just a little too low. But it looks like Clem not confident in his ability to find damage. He's like, okay, Hero knows what I'm doing. Hero probably has a shield battery done, although that wasn't quite the case. And a second Phoenix would have arrived, and I'm not going to push the issue. But that's fine, because his third CC was really the build anyway, I suppose. Really. Third CC was a priority over the second and third barracks. That's why it was so quick. This also means that barracks production is going to take a little while. Stim and combat shields are going to take a little while. And again, that's okay because the third CC would be a huge economic boost, but only if it lands. Third CC is just stuck in the main this entire time. That is it really worth getting for all that production? Maybe not. The Hero's not really in a position to stall out the third CC indefinitely. Clem did save his units after all, pulled back with them, and has them to defend, tank included. And Hero, well, Hero has 5 stalkers with Blink. So third CC gotten about as quick as you possibly can. Stim a bit over halfway done at this point. Fourth and fifth barracks will be coming down very, very soon. We got ourselves a macro game. Hero going for the fourth base after saturating his third, getting charge, and +1, and finally that robotics bay. Not particularly quick to the Colossus is Hero. Well, the factory now is a reactor. Is going to help out with some Widow Mines. Bunker in the third for future defense against proxies. Hero once again going for a proxy gateway for his attack. It seems very much like a similar, if not exact same. No, it's not exact same. Very similar build to first game where he had the hallucination as well. He's going to do that again. I think it would work even less this time, though. Yeah, I wouldn't put a lot of faith in this attack. Hero did not go for the proxy gateway, despite leaving the probe here. Moving into Colossus, +2, Exanthermal Lance. Seems like he is going to cut up his army, use it for a bit more of the run-by tactics, although Sentry not commonly in run-bys. Perhaps had a plan and then thought better of it, much like Clem earlier on in the game. And Hero has been building his probes up to a perfectly saturated 4-base economy. He's getting to his Colossus, and he is going to find a kind of ragtag group here. They were looking for the proxy. They found it. They saw that it wasn't a gateway, but the probe was there, so it could have been. You know, if the probe is there for a gateway, that kind of signals more commitment. But I think Hero is committing regardless. He would really want to Warp Prism if he was full-on, committing. But now that he's got the Colossus on the field, this is what I was talking about. He can kind of be a bully. Tanks are covering Colossus bully as the Viking count grows, so it's important that the 2 tanks have survived. But Hero could try and just keep on the outskirts and see how much he could play around with it. Looks like he's not going to do that. He has once again pulled back the main bulk of his army, left the Zealots in for a run-by. 5th base on the way. Double Forge now for Hero as he really pushes the macro aspect at this point. Clem was totally ready for a potential poke, a potential diversion, anything. Nothing really ended up happening. He was prepared for all of it, but it didn't happen. Warp Prism also still non-existent. And this is a very good anti-Warp Prism squad. Sir Die-A-Lot, thank you for the 3-month resub. That's me in Deadlock lately. Clem going super macro mode as well. 4th base seems guaranteed. as it is moving on over and there's nothing to stop it. Both players near maxed outs. Similar upgrades as well. Hero is going to contest this fourth. That's a lot of zealots, man. That is so many zealots, but again, when the zealots are all gone, the rest of the army does not stand a chance. There's also, some more stalkers come in here, but maybe a low stalker count maybe opens up the opportunity for the Vikings to kill the Colossus. He's at 12 stalkers, I think that's pretty good. A couple of Widow Mines on the front might be warranted. Maybe. I'm not the pro here, but there's a lot of zealots. Clem is most likely depending on EMPs. And then notice how he's positioned his army. Marauders on the front, Marines in the back, so he doesn't have to do it in the middle of the battle. And Marines are really what clears out those zealots. Marauders don't kill zealots particularly quickly. Now you got to split. That is a lot of zealots on the left side. He has littered Widow Mines around his base, but not two together. So one does weaken the zealots, but more army needs to go over there and respond. Now all of the zealots are over to the left side, man. That was clearly most of the zealots. Leaving this army on the right a little bit open. Disruptor is going to get killed. That was overly aggressive by Hero, who now realizes he could be in some trouble. Those zealots no longer threatening the run by, seen by the sensor tower, means that Clem, green light to run on top of those Colossus, but more army was being produced back at home. Rushes in to defend the Colossus, only after losing one, though. Clem is not going to continue engaging. He was overstimmed and about to run into more of an army than he actually meant to take on. And Hero is, in a good position, but he hasn't really found any openings yet. Ditto on Clem, of course. Both of them just deflecting each other's actions so far. Two Widow Mines do weaken, again, the Zealots tremendously, but we need some reinforcements there to help out. On the right side, the attack on the Planetary does seem to be going pretty well, but not quite well enough. Oh, I thought that was actually going to go down. But Hero pulls back, realizing that most of his army was committed to the Planetary, leaving this bio army open to kill some things. So he's like, I don't want to actually take care on all of that, and he pulls back. But that Planetary was down into almost the red, I want to say. Missed opportunity? Maybe. Because now Clem has cleared up those zealots on the left side, repaired his Planetary up to full, and is now going to come in with the bulk of his army. It's going to be a little awkward, though, going through a bunch of chokes. First disruptor shot does get a good shot, but doesn't kill very much. Now it's down. Now the zealots are very, very weak as they try to run away. What are they running back to, actually? More zealots. More zealots, okay? More and more and more and more and more. That's not really going to cut it now that Clem has such a good army advantage. He is up by 50 army supply, guys. Zealots are going to run a single file into a weak but still very powerful Terran army. Unhealthy, that's the right word. Unhealthy but very powerful Terran army. And that Planetary still did not go down. I think the Planetary really is a great defensive tool, not because of its own attack, but because of the amount of commitment someone has to put on it. It not only takes up all the firepower if you focus fire it, but even if you don't focus fire it, oftentimes the Protoss units will just be like, well, the Planetary is clearly the biggest threat. So Colossus will focus fire it over anything else. Unfortunately, this looks a little bad for Hero. His supply overall isn't terrible, though, as he does have a lot of Zealots running this way and that, forced to lift up the third base, but Clem trying to focus mostly on the attack because he knows this could be it. He has taken down one after another of reinforcements, meaning that Hero should be losing out on supply. We know he absolutely is. Finally showing in the supply 60 down. But Clem should figure that out as well. And he's like, you know what? As long as I don't lose this army to 2 disruptor shots, I don't have to mine from the third base. And so he didn't. Lift, clean it up, focus on the main army. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Clem will win game 3 about as easily as he won game 1. Hero's game 2 was very much a Hero game for sure, and it was cool to watch, but when it came down to the more typical game, Clem is going to win, and he will be waiting in the overall finals. Hero is going to face... I have so many tabs open. Hero is going to have to face Geralt, who beats Jumi and Mana. Hero made a recall of stalkers are behind mineral line of the Nexus next to the mineral line. Yeah, so I didn't notice that, to be fair, as this game is definitely ended, but over here, was it? Or over here? He had stalkers that were there and he recalled them here. Yeah, he had all of his Nexus on one hotkey and recalled not thinking that it could be the closest one to him had the energy. Classic mistake. Yeah, mistake. GG's. So now there's going to be a best of one lower bracket final. Wait, I thought last week the grand finals were all best of threes. Did they change it? They did change it. You won brains. Yay. Kitty. Yeah, I said kitty, and now he's over here trying to get pets. Go back. Go back. I guess I'll make a prediction for this. Best of 1 on Sugoma. Top right, it is Geralt. Bottom right, it is Hero. This was the super weird map we saw. I did cast it last week. It just didn't really go beyond 2 or 3 bases, I think. And so, this is the PvP. I don't think this is going to go that far either. Should it go that far? There are, I guess, a lot of weird things about this map. Yeah. You know, when it's not covered with little blue and red icons, I almost don't even see it as the same map. But yes, it is the same map. And it gets weird, I think, when you do get to 4th and 5th bases. But right now, in the early game, it's not that bad. It's not that weird. You got your natural. It's actually really big natural. Kind of a big main, too. Big natural. And the choke is... It does look farther away. This is going to be specific, I think, more so to the Protoss. You have to worry about the probe transfer time to the front wall off if this is like a PvZ, for instance. But it is a PvP and no one's forward gating. So that, yeah. Neither player particularly well known for it. Also not a map that would typically be a forward fast expand type of map. No choke, no ramp to choke. And then third base, you could be going towards your opponent, but then, I mean, through these chokes, who's pushing that? Huh? No one. These chokes also have a slow zone on them. So really, your best bet to attacking this third is to go around and kill the rocks, or just go around and up into the almost natural. And then I don't know what happened to the 4th. I don't even know. This is apparently a base right here. What an odd place for a base, but sure. But it's PvP, and so PvP, best of 1, anyone could win. Everyone's got to be on their best behavior. Hero just lost his probe. Hero did not want to lose his probe. No, he did not. He still needed to see what popped out of those gateways, or if this probe was going to put a pylon on the lower ground. Even that would have been some good information. Geralt would have most likely not tried to give it to him, but... I was like, why is Geralt building 2 pylons? Right, because he's blocking the Nexus. Annoying. And Hero has yet to know exactly what this is. That's Hero. Geralt did not scout the Stargate. If he knew about it, he might have once again committed to the 7X core. He might have still actually seeing it depths, and then maybe he planned on hiding the probe and pulling it back into the main later on. Not going to be an option, but it did scout the 2 adepts. We are blocking a Nexus that is wanted, but not right at this time. It still is wanted enough that these adepts are going to spend time killing this pylon. I mean, if you're going to 1-base all in anyway, do you really keep your adepts back there to kill it? Probably not. But the first thing that we got to worry about for Geralt is that Stargate, and hallucination from his early century production is going to scout that. No problem. We do have slow zones around the bases as well. So while there's a lot of space around the bases, between the bases, close by air, it's actually not that close with the slow zones. We got a little scuffle on the front lines. It looks like Geralt either had a producing shield battery and it got canceled, or just kind of forgot to get one. I say forgot. I mean, it's maybe more likely he just figured he wouldn't need one. He's facing adepts and stalkers, not many of them at that. Nice response to the adepts. And was more worried about this Oracle catching him by surprise than anything on the front lines. But this could get much worse. Hero is grabbing a Nexus. But he's also grabbed the proxy pylon, and that's not going to happen right now. But in the near future, perhaps, that pylon could play a role here. Fortunately, this time probe is unavailable. Looks like Hero not wanting to gamble on that. Well, I think actually what happened there was that the adepts had shaded so far away that it wasn't going to be worth letting them shade into the main. If your shade doesn't finish close to the Nexus, it's probably not going to get much done. 3 probes have gone down thanks to Hero doubling up on the Oracles. We've seen PvPs today where 1 Oracle is standard. The second one is a commitment. It is an addition that could reward you because they can now pierce through that shield battery. Or it could just be resources taken away from, you know, stalkers. The stalker count ever increasing. Or it gets reduced. We do have Blink around the same time for both parties. In fact, somehow a little bit faster for Hero. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Woo! Second Oracle getting very injured, but alive. Proxy Gateway was put down for Hero, and he is planning on an attack. Maybe not the most dedicated one, but just moving out in the fronts with more Stalkers. We have 9 to 6 in Hero's favor. Blink is faster. Hero doesn't lose his Oracle yet again, so nothing is going well for Geralt as he moves out, perhaps at the exact wrong moment. Geralt has 2 gateways, Hero has 4. If Geralt is anticipating a third Nexus, he's entirely wrong about that. And he is planning on getting his own, and once again, Geralt, no! He's so close. Finally, he sees it. And this is better timing than last time, but maybe not good enough. The Stalkers of Geralt will still on the front, caught by the faster blink of Hero. And he's desperate to try and respond. Hallucination's not a bad idea. The AI doesn't know it's hallucinated, but good focus fire there from Hero. It looks like Geralt might be able to hold on initially thanks to the shield battery, a couple of force fields. But Hero has done a great job whittling Geralt's army down, and there's not really anything important coming out for Hero right now. He needs an Immortal desperately, but the Robo's on the front, so the Immortal will be on the front, so it could be focus fired as soon as it pops out. If it even comes out. Very aggressive blink from Hero, but we expect that. Tears down all of the Stalkers, all of the sentries. Hallucinations obviously don't do anything. Geralt's still trying to get this Immortal out. It's over halfway done. Chrono would be nice. There we go. He is hanging on by a thread. 6 Stalkers to 14. 2 Oracles that can still swoop into the main to deal a bunch of damage too. And there's no bandwidth for that. Geralt can't go and defend. Oh god, his Immortal this side. Right away! His Immortal was rallied incorrectly. I'm just gonna say it. I mean, it's a very, very, very small thing, but if his Immortal had rallied here and then behind Stalkers, that blink forward might not have been able to kill it, because it might have been able to get back to these shield batteries. Very, very small thing. Could have been a big difference. Second Immortal is going to make possibly the same mistake. Wow. Rally it closer to the shield batteries. Closer, closer. Go. It is close to that one. Woof. Woof. But the damage has already been done. This has lasted way too long. If this was a little, initial 1 or 2 Stalkers dead, but then Geralt immediately slapped it down and was like, okay, that was scary. Woof. And then got to his third Nexus. That's not so bad. But at this point, Geralt is losing the front war, the battle, and he's losing the war because Hero is getting a third Nexus. It's almost done. Geralt can't afford another Immortal as his gas is taking a hit. And Hero will be winning this best of 1 to rematch against Clem. Kind of what we expected. Geralt and the Proxy Gateway 2-base attacks. Not a good combination today for him. GG. Hero wins, and we now have apparently a best of 5. Now, I'm not a huge fan of that because they still have the lower bracket reset, and that's a lot of games potentially. But we'll get confirmation on it, I guess. Look at that handsome kitty. Wonder what made them change it. No, this is just best of 5 into best of 3 if we need it. So it's the same as last week in terms of the bracket reset, but they made the first match a best of 5. Thank you, Scout C Justice, for the 500 bitty boos. Like I said, I'm not a big fan of. I think it's already a pretty long tournament. And I don't know. I just really don't like the bracket reset thing. So I'm a natural born hater on this, so I'm very biased. But if we're gonna have it, at least, you know, it's a quick one. I know I'm supposed to be saying more StarCraft is good, but I mean, too much of a good thing. I think it's, I don't know. I think it's really different when I watch fighting games and the fighting game tournaments where they have the bracket reset. Because it's so short. It is so short. It's still best of 3s a lot of the time for them. And it feels like the momentum can really be carried through. Where it feels like in StarCraft, with how the games can be very long. You know, you could have a 3-2 where all the games were 20 minutes. Both players, if they have to play another best of, are just like, oh, okay, fine, here we go. As opposed to some really exciting, energized stuff going on. Yeah, I'd say, you know, what would you want? Would you want longer tournaments, or would you want more tournaments? I would say more tournaments, personally. But then we're also, I think we're taking like long tournaments that also have almost the exact same result every single time. And that's not helping. Which is not just Clem winning, but more specifically PVT. So I don't know, maybe a player told them it should be best of 5. Maybe they want the tournament to last minimum 6 hours. Because I joined in a bit late, so it starts at 10 my time, and it's been 5 hours now. I didn't even bother changing my title of my stream. I figured it'd be Hero versus Clem. Take away burrows so they can't lurk in tournaments. I don't know what we got to do, man. But right now, we could have maybe a non-TVP finals, I guess. No, actually, you'd have to remove Max, Pax, and Clem, or one or the other. And then you need to encourage other races to play with like really, really good players. Or, you know, yeah, I mean, it's almost impossible. You take away the Zergs, and you just have a little bit of Protoss, and there's only like one Protoss who can beat Clem. But if you took away all the Protoss and gave us all Zergs, there's like 2. No, there's actually only 1 Zerg that could beat Clem. And that hasn't been going super well either. Cyril has not been beating him. Raynor used to also be a contender, but I think he hasn't been practicing as much. And then you could throw in a Terran, I guess. But, you know, as much as people have been saying, hey, Clem's Terran versus Terran is really bad, that's why he's playing versus, you know, Protoss versus Terran. One, I don't think it is actually that bad. I think it was the patch that changed GVT that made him unstable and unconfident in it for a while. But I think if he was really forced to play a bunch of premier tournaments, we would not see him play Protoss versus Terran. We'd see TVT, and he'd figure it out, just like he did before. But then it's also really Korean Terrans that he's scared of. Like, if you were like, well, let's get Hammerin back in here, and it's like, well, he would... No, Clem was slapping down almost every Terran. That's the thing, is that Raynor might have taken maps on up in EWC, but as much as... Clem plays so much. This kid's passion for StarCraft is unlimited, apparently. Raynor is more of a human, I feel like. I'm with Raynor. It's like nothing big's happening, no one knows what the hell's going on. You can play StarCraft for fun, but to commit the same work hours you would doesn't make much sense. Yeah, but if you get a Korean Terran to sign up, maybe he just plays Protoss. It's another PvT. You wish 2v2 would take off? Meh. I've had my share of 2v2 casts. And I played a lot of 2v2. I think playing it's fun. I think casting can be fun, but the game is not balanced or designed around 2v2, so it would meet a lot of inevitable problems. And I also would be really sad if any type of team game became the dominant RTS, because we start to, you know, miss our 1v1 RTS, which is a rarity as RTS is in esports. It's like, if you gun to my head, what would I prefer? Team game RTS, where RTS is now more popular, or 1v1 RTS? But that is an option, I guess, as opposed to none of them. No, I think I'd choose the 1v1. Eventually, if I wanted to play a lot of 2v2 or get better at 2v2, I would have to communicate with my partner, and that sounds terrible. It's a best of 5 for our potential first series, potentially last series. Get into that. And in the top left of Whispers of Gold, it is Hero, and on the bottom right, it is Clem. So if Clem wins this best of 5, he wins. That's it. We're done. GG's. If Hero wins this best of 5, we then have a bracket reset that leads to a best of 3. Whoever wins that actually wins the whole shebang. Last week it was best of 3, best of 3. For some reason they changed it this week. Don't know why, but okay. Hero did take a map off of Clem in their last series just 10 minutes ago. Hopefully you remember if you've been watching. If not, time to get your memory checked. But even though that ended up looking close on paper, you know, 2-1, I would say the two games that were kind of normal were very much Clem favored. And the one game that went awry for Clem was the 4-gate, which, fair enough. That's going to happen. That's kind of that was the original point of the 4-gate. Throw it into a best of series, get a cheeky win, a little bit of a cheese. Doesn't usually work out as much versus Clem, who's more on guard against them versus like Max Packs, for instance, but it did work out versus him. Hero's timing, the way that he can read the engagement and just barely call it correctly, and other people would call it incorrectly. Like, that's a Hero thing. But that was a special one. And I'm not sure I have a lot of confidence in Hero's ability to win an overall best of 5 against Clem right now, if he's going to have to rely on some of the sneakier stuff. But if that's the pattern he's picked up as well, then maybe just continue doing sneaky stuff. And a proxy Stargate is on, it's like a level 1 on the sneaky stuff, to be honest. Although, man, if we were in Heart of the Swarm, whoo, you guys cannot believe how dangerous a proxy Oracle was. Like, now we just are like, meh. But oof, back then, oh my god, just kill you right off the bat. That said, this is a very ideal situation for the proxy Oracle. Incredibly ideal. This is less than ideal for the Zealot opener, because it's a factory expand, but we have no units that shoot up right now. Oh, the Zealot got the last shot. Clem, no doubt, giving himself 10 lashings for losing that Reaper after this game ends. But seriously, this Oracle is about to be game ending. He's about to be Heart of the Swarm, man. Well, they don't two-shot workers, which is really, well, that was a kicker. But it's going to do a lot of damage. Clem's going to have 2 Marines, which don't even kill an Oracle. He did not anticipate a proxy Oracle in any shape whatsoever. Big problems. Big problems. That's going to be maybe up to 7 or 8 SCVs kill. Let's see if Clem's damage can be the same. Oh, no, that wasn't a Reaper hop-up block. Oh, no. Hero no doubt thought that was protected. It was not. Not that it matters, perhaps. The Adepts that were guarding the ramp were getting taken down anyway. I guess they would have gotten the preemptive first shot. But this looks like it is going to do an equal amount of damage, which is exactly what Clem needed to do. So he evaluated the situation very well. Evaluated the situation very well. Pronunciation. In that he like, I don't have anything. Like, what am I going to do about this? I got to wait for 2 more Marines to even do anything about it. So let's focus entirely on the Reaper Hellion attack. This Protoss guy sacrificed 2 units in an attack. Killed one of my Reapers, which sucked, but still. And then his Oracle is not at home. Like, how many units can a Protoss have? And he got a little lucky with this block not being a block. But like I said, he might have been able to force his way through anyway. Dealing the same amount of damage. It's really good stuff. Clem now in a lead, actually. As he has the power of mules. Mules. And so if the worker count is even, the Terran is above. And we have numbers. Apparently the newest overlay I saw like Indy using, I think, does have numbers. Oh no, okay. We're good, we're good. Does have numbers as well, but this is my classic. This is mine. Okay, I'm gonna use this overlay forever. Oracle number 3 gets taken down, but yes, Hero did go all the way up to 3 Oracles. He was looking to catch the Terran off guard. The Terran says, okay, the Oracle threat's done. I can just build up my barracks. I can start building a tank because I'm worried about something else that's happening here. I can use the factory as an add-on whore. Just put a bunch of add-ons on everything. And then you could theoretically have died to 3 Oracles too. You know, you're building 2 Marines at a time, producing production otherwise. What do you have? You don't have very much. But Clem did not let that happen. Clem continued building Cyclones from the factory, and as long as Cyclones are microed at all, they should win against Oracles. Even if they don't, 3 Cyclones versus 3 Oracles, Cyclones win, right? So the Hero's gamble, and it was a gamble, did not pay off. So he's lost against his proxy Oracle didn't work. The summary of the game is that it didn't work. And then his gamble for the 3 Oracles also did not work. Now this is kind of clever. They hallucinated Stalkers. Clem not going to realize it. Perhaps not realize it at all in the midst of battle. More importantly, the AI does not, so the Cyclone wasted a lock-on. But 4 Cyclones, 2 of which still got real, very real Stalkers. Oracles go down without helping very much, and Hero, he's trying to be tricky. He's trying to do these attacks that no other Protoss would do, hoping that Clem would let down his guard and say, okay, we got to move on to the next phase. Clem did not do that. Clem was on to Hero's aggression. He's on to his tricks and made it look easy. But it is so easy to say, okay, the Oracles are done with. I'm just going to use the factory for something else now. It is so easy to do that. Who would have thought Hellion Reaper is a counter to Proxy Oracle? Kinda. Jed TN, thank you very much for the gifted sub. That was a fun first game. I liked that. It might have looked one-sided if you weren't really paying attention or you're just kind of listening off to the side or something. You'd be like, well, it sounds like Clem dealt with everything perfectly, and what are we talking about here? But yeah, Proxy Oracle should do some serious damage to someone who has nothing that shoots up. 3 Oracles should be a surprise to a Terran who's like, what the fuck? It does seem that when Hero's jig is up, it's really up. Clem taking a little break, little baguette break. Little baguette. I hope no French people think that my overuse of people eating baguettes is, you know, offensive. Because first of all, y'all French really do eat a lot of baguettes. Second of all, they're delicious. And third of all, I wouldn't actually insult Clem if my life depended on it. He's a very good kid. He's not a kid anymore, but, you know, I'm 10 years older than him, so he's forever a kid. People eat baguettes every day. I mean, they are walking stereotypes, for sure. And so are a lot of Americans, to be honest. But the French should never be ashamed of their baguette eating. It's wonderful. In the bottom left, we do have Hero. In the bottom right, up one, it is Clem. And we are on El Dorado. But yeah, you know, as much as the snarky, sulky, thin French guy with a heavy accent who smokes and sneers at you absolutely exists in France. 100%. A petite woman riding her little bicycle with the little basket in the front carrying 2 baguettes. Actually a thing. The amount of protests that they do that constantly interrupt everyday life, absolutely a thing. I know, because I've been to France a few times. I've been to France 4 times, and 1 time for 3 weeks. 4 or 5 times, I think. Yeah, and they actually wear barrettes, which I was a little surprised by. That's definitely not as popular, though. I don't know, maybe it was 30 years ago. I don't know, but you definitely do see it. But it's a wonderful thing. I like it. People are quick to criticize Paris. And, you know, are also quick to say the rest of France is wonderful. But I actually liked Paris. So, you get the bad with the good. You get the stuck-up French with the very, very nice French. And I think the trend of walking and bicycling and, you know, getting fresh food for your meals every day. I mean, that's, like, I'm envious of that. It's not possible in a lot of America. I am the woman. And I'm not even a woman. Yeah. Yep. Alright, so we got a forward gate here for Hero. He is not going to produce a Zealots this time around like he did last game, but he is going to have a Stalker that much closer to his opponent. This is also a 3 large wall off. So some maps you can get away with 2. And I think he actually could have gotten away with 2, but then it gets like really awkward. It's not worth it. Anyways, so he might also be thinking about being able to wall this off in the future, as his opponent has done a couple of Reaper Hellion shenanigans. And there are no Reaper hop-up spots on this map. So if you can just cut this off, it's really cut off. Clem has gone for the factory expands, and he is producing a couple of Reapers and a single Hellion, but not like last game. He's also not dealing with any type of proxies this time around, although he doesn't know about that for sure. These 2 Reapers are going to try their best to get a scout. And just bypass the stock or get into the main, which they're locked, by the way. So this could be a sacrifice of the Reapers for the greater good. 2 probes go down. Would have loved to have made it 3. Did he actually scout the Stargate? Yes, he did. And the Hellion comes in the natural because the units are distracted to grab that 3rd probe. But now that you have a Hellion, too, either kill the 3rd probe and get out, or get a 4th, and the former is the option chosen. A little bit of tit for tat. Oh, it's Phoenix. Oh, okay, so that's not something that Clem has scouted. Clem might have to get back into it to scout that. Clem is going to get a Viking, he might get a Cyclone, and he might get Offensive. Hippity Murals. There we go. So it was kind of weird seeing this in the first game of these 2, in the previous best of, because there wasn't a Stargate. Oh, Widowmine. I totally missed that. Widowmine almost killed this Phoenix. But that was weird because it wasn't a Stargate. But when there is a Stargate, and now Clem knows it's Phoenix, by the way, you can be offensive with Cyclones and Vikings. Just consistently produce them. One of each is great defensively, but if you produce any more than that, you're probably going to get on the offensive. And like I said in a previous game, air units can just be difficult to utilize correctly. They will have a lot of the tools you need to deal with some of these earlier attacks, but if you use them all correctly 100%, that's a different question. It doesn't look like Clem's going to be going for the Cyclone Viking attack. He is going to play it safe. One Cyclone, one Viking, and then a tank. Now, he's not going to have to worry about a particularly powerful gateway attack. And we know that he's not going to be worrying about an attack at all, but this could have either been one Phoenix, like a fake almost, I guess, which I don't think I've ever seen, but this could have been only one Phoenix, and then he goes into Twilight Council. Big brain maneuver, right? Unlikely. I guess it could have technically been, but more likely off of the back of a Phoenix opener, you're going to have two options. That's Phoenix Colossus or Phoenix Charge. And neither one of those are really super aggressive nowadays. I think there was a 2-base Phoenix Charge all-in that you might see Haas do, or well, one of the Chinese Protoss, to be honest. But you might see someone do, but it doesn't really happen very much anymore. But this is Phoenix Colossus, and that doesn't really get aggressive. It can be a bit of a bully, but it hardly ever pulls the trigger, I would say. And Clem does seem to be prepping majorly for Phoenix Colossus. He did see the Robo, so he knows it's got to be in those Colossus. SCV is going to go for a Scout. It would love to see if his opponent has also taken this third Nexus in the bottom side. Hero saw the SCV and decided not to deny the Scout. I don't know. I mean, the Scout's not the worst thing in the world, but the more information you can deny your opponent, the better you are, usually. Speaking of information, Clem saw the Phoenix patrolling over there. Okay. Hero did at the last second change their path. He started to micro them. So he does see the incoming attack. There weren't very many Cyclones built, but there were a hell of a lot of Vikings. 6 Vikings, about to be 8, guys. Stalker gets locked on as well. That's one less unit to work with. And 3 Phoenixes is not enough to stop the Vikings from taking down the Colossus. Case in point. The Marines target down the Phoenix. The Phoenix got a temporary lift on a single tank, but here comes another one. Vikings land to also corral the Mortal, and this is going to be it. This is a slaughter. This looks so easy. I guarantee you I try to make this many Vikings up against a Phoenix Colossus player, and I screw it up somehow. But like, what the hell? This doesn't supposed to look that easy. I'm trying to think of what Hero is supposed to do there. Hold on. Let me think. No shield battery, so that's a bummer. Funnily enough, lifting the tank was the wrong move. The Immortal couldn't get the shot off. The tanks both get killed pretty quickly, but still. But no shield battery, no preparation at all for the engagement. Was really the problem, right? That was it. He had no idea it was on the way until it was too late. And then I don't know what you would do. Would you just give up the base? Maybe he could have let the base take some beating and then tried to save it at the last second? I don't know. I do feel like if the Phoenix were more involved... So we didn't know about it. He wasn't prepared for it. But then he also had 0 use of his Phoenix. So we went 3 Phoenix, which isn't a lot, which probably would give you more resources to other things, which might be good in a different scenario. But the Phoenix then weren't used at all, so they weren't scouting an ever-increasing number of Vikings. And maybe the Vikings were hidden in the very corner. Probably they were. But then the Phoenix would maybe notice, hey, that reactor has never moved off the starport. And we don't see medevacs. There's not a lot of bio, so why is he reactoring a starport at this point in time? Or they just would have seen the push out as soon as it actually started to push out. It could be the final map here. We have a probe immediately sent out. In the top right, it is Hero. In the bottom left, it is Clem. Hero does send out pretty quick probes. He does often use them just to harass, just to be the biggest Captain Dickhead. Sometimes he does use them to proxy, but 15% of the time, maybe? He just likes to be all up in the Terran's face, all up in the grill. Just follow this guy for a while. This should not be a surprise to Clem. And, you know, Clem's been rather... Nah, I was gonna say he was off, but you know what? He's really not. Nope. Never mind. He lost a game versus Hero. I don't think that constitutes being off. Could he mess up the SCV micro is what I was thinking about, you know. If Clem's micro's a little off, maybe this probe could get an SCV kill. Not very close to it, but not gonna happen. Clem is not just playing on, but after that last game, he's playing, like, brutally on. That was a brutal close to the game. No contest from Hero. It is a 1-Rax expand this time, which is a difference for the best of 5 so far for Clem. He is going to be forced to engage this probe. A little bit of lost mind. This is exceptionally dangerous. Okay, Clem did not try and kill him. Hero was looking for more denied command center building time, but also knew that the clock was ticking for the barracks unit, and the Reaper did finally pop out. If a Marine had been produced first, that probe would 100% be gone, because Marine does produce faster. Factory on the way, of course. Clem, I haven't seen him 3-Racks in a while, but I did feel like it was coming back for a hot minute. And maybe I missed its month-long dominance, but it's gone now. And then what does Hero do? So Hero tried Proxy Stargate, which looked like it was teed up. Looked great, but apparently, yeah, Reaper Heli is a weird kind of counter. Then the second game, what happened in the second game? He goes for a Phoenix opener. And then actually does get a lot of scouting. So that just, I mean, that was an interesting game because of how final the finale was. It was very one-sided. The rest of the game, maybe not so much. But he did try Phoenix Colossus, which is a little bit different. So Phoenix Colossus, Proxy Oracle, Gateway. Could he 4-gate this time? Definitely. And he probably should. He's on his last life. And the win that he's gotten so far versus Clem was with a 4-gate. The 4-gate he did last time, though, to win was also started with a fast zealot, I thought. So if he does a 4-gate, it's going to be a little different, but very much little. Adept does go down, unfortunately. We got 2 gateways so far. And no 3rd gateway coming down? I'm mathing. I'm paying attention. So 3 gateways it is. This might cause a bit of alarm to Clem, who might be thinking, like, okay, he killed me with a 4-gate last time. Let's be ultra prepared. But I think, and this might be heresy to say for some Hero fans out there, but I think Clem is absolutely in a position where he can say, I am the better player, and I don't need to worry about falling behind economically by taking threats seriously. If you're very much dead even in StarCraft, and you start to take little threats as dead serious, you start to build bunkers when they're not necessary, you cut drones when it's not necessary, you produce from your warp gates when it's not necessary, and you could be building a forge or a robot, whatever. That's when you can fall behind in a straight-up macro game. Because the guy just, you know, you blinked and you weren't supposed to. But if you're better than your opponent and they're going to try and scare you... Oh, it was a 4-gate, by the way. Never mind then. Then it's not that bad. But this is an actual 4-gate. How did I miss the 4th gateway, by the way? 1 and then 2. Okay. I don't even know what I want to chalk that one up to. But this is a 4-gate. And it is going to be very much dedicated and all in. Clem absolutely needs to take this seriously, which I'm afraid he's not doing. Those Marines are going really far out here. All right, they kill the Adepts, and the bunker is coming down. Clem is trying to take this as seriously as he can, but the bunker, once again, it's late. It's on the way, at the very least, compared to the first 4-gate that Hero tried against him. But it is late. Looks like he's going to double up on the wall, defending this tank. He knows it's on the way. He absolutely knows, just by whatever he saw. He saw one gateway, a handful of stalkers, and a third gas, and that was it. But this is something he needs to take seriously. Auto turret is going to help out for a little bit, but we got some juggling going on. War Prism helping out a lot, leaving the blink open. And the blink did happen, but wasn't able to kill the tank, so ultimately just losing a stalker right there. If he can't push past the wall, then he's not going to have a successful 4-gate. The second tank is here. Second bunker finished, meaning one bunker is still up and running. Here we go. Second tank is going to be under fire, but it did take 2 volleys. And those Marines, including the ones in the bunker, have been getting a lot of damage done. Oh, that's a very weak medevac. Very dangerous indeed, but the Observer is under fire. Going to be saved at the last second. Marines over on the low ground are dying as Hero sees an opportunity. Just stood there, blinked back one at a time. That Hero is still more so on the clock. Tank on the high ground available for Clem. Third tank going to pop out to help out. Observer is alive, and it does see this. It sees one tank, not the second one. There we go. There we go. Another one I'm going to take out. Hero is not going to get on top of the tank, but he is going to get on top of Stim. That was, what, 70% done? But a 4-gate is very dedicated, so if he can't do more damage, that might not be good enough. In the last 4-gate attempt, his first 4-gate was okay, didn't win the game. His second attack was okay, didn't win the game. The third attack was just good enough. He had brought down the number of opposing units just enough, brought it down just enough, that his basic gateway army was able to win. But it was a real smart timing, because Clem was getting closer and closer, just that power spike of bio. But I don't think that's going to be happening here, as Hero's not dedicating to 3 bases. He's going to 4 base. He's not moving all of his miscellaneous units to the front lines, hoping to catch Clem off guard. Because Clem still has the tank. At least in the last time they played with the 4-gate, the tanks kept getting deleted. The bunkers, there was never 2 of them, I think, at once. But this is not that game. This has the tanks, the Ravens, the bunkers, that have now given Clem enough time to build up that critical mass of bio. So it only leaves the 1 because he's been doing this against run-bys, which I very much like. And Hero is now officially in the my 4-gate didn't work, I'm kind of in trouble moment. No, just barely gonna win because of a last-second correct analysis on the engagement. Like, that's not gonna happen with 7 stalkers. Bio clearly better here. So he's gone into the macro mode. 4 Nexus, Forge upgrading. Stim was delayed, so that's giving him a little extra padding, I suppose. But it's done, and it wasn't that far off from combat shields and +1, and, well, Clem might not want to push anyway. Clem has not been minding playing some of these longer macro games where he doesn't just run around like a crazy micro fool, dropping every which way. He will stay at home, and he will wait. And Hero needs to take advantage of that, potentially. And this is the balancing act of the Protoss here, especially because they're behind. But they could take a gamble and build no army units. They could just chrono their probes, get all their gases, get all their technology, set up all their production, and hope they do it all before the Terran actually attacks. Or they could be kind of scared. They could see an attack incoming and say, oh shit, I gotta prepare for that. And then maybe Clem doesn't even attack, and then you kind of wasted that opportunity. It's all about extremes at this point, I guess. Clem has moved out, but that's not all of his army. Now he's bringing all of his army. Hero takes a 5th in the face of an army. He sees it with Zelnaga. He's bold. I don't think he can handle it. We do not have Interference Matrix. That actually might have been an upgrade worth getting while the Tech Lab was still on the starport, but it's been a while since that has been the case. Medevacs had to be produced. Vikings are now being produced. Anti-armor missile would not be bad at all. Auto turrets could distract the Zealots, or maybe it's not even necessary. There we go. Anti-armor missile. A very weakened Protoss army. Good concave from the Terran as well, but 2 Colossus still up and running. Taking advantage of the chokes that are created with that. And a couple of shield batteries, maybe. Only one here is going to go down. No more shield batteries are on the way. Hero also not canceling his 5th, which, has been seen for a while, and that's going to be a quick kill. Hero's going to try and stop that from happening. He really does not want to give this up. It's do or die on the 5th base. Widow Mine splash onto the Zealots. Oh, no. The tank bait was quite good, I must say. And here comes the reinforcements coming in for a bit more of a concave, but a bit late. A lot of the original army had already been killed. And Hero manages the hold. He has now evened up the supply while staying on 5 bases. Clem, maybe thinking that would have been game over. Put a lot of efforts into that push. Yeah, and he didn't. I could see why. I'm not saying that it was clear that he shouldn't have done that. I could see why he thought that was going to win. But if he knew it was going to end up like this, he did not have to push into this 3rd, 4th like he did. He could have said, okay, you pushed all the way back behind your own choke. Let me go kill this 5th base real quick. And because he waited, and because Hero is such a freaking gambler, Hero just let that finish in the face of extreme adversity. He's like, nah, next is going to finish. No worries. Okay. But he was right, man. He was right. And now this is going to be one hell of a tug-of-war match. Clem now is the one in need of another base. And he is the one that is now down in supply. But if he gets this planetary up, then that's going to be very helpful in keeping this location until he's maxed. Until he's maxed with EMPs and Vikings and 2-2 or 3-3. And then it'll be just a tug-of-war. And whoever loses the tug-of-war right here probably loses the game. DTs are also available, guys, but we do have some protection against that. Clem is not going to die immediately despite dipping down in supply. He still is overall up in army supply. Upgrades are about to be even as well, so if Hero was hoping for a timing, he'd be wrong about that. Speedy War Prism going into the wrong area. Lovely little missile turret position, and the Vikings perfectly segmented to go deal with that. Do need to be wary about being on the front lines at the right time, as the Colossus do need to be shot down, but one is about to die. Both of them about to die, let's be real. Both are dead. And without the Colossus, does Hero have enough firepower? It's equal upgrades. Vikings could land. Ball of Bio doing wonders against the Zealots as they come in from behind the Stalkers, getting melted in the process. Immortals not doing enough damage either. They get taken down. And the reinforcing Colossus is a nope. Just kidding. I don't want to be a part of that anyway. And now Clem has an upgrade lead. Oh, nope, take that back. Back to equal upgrades. 2-2 versus 2-2. Colossus coming in clutch, helping out a lot against these injured units. And a lot of Marines at that as well. It's a tight battle. Hero continues to expand. He's going to have a lot of cash flow, but he's not taking the best engagements over and over again. 7,000 resource difference. You got one really good engagement. This save on the 5th was the best engagement so far for Hero. But wasn't able to capitalize on it. And by capitalize on it, I mean, maybe a full-on counterattack, but would have hoped to have stalled out this 4th a little bit longer. And it did not get stalled out at all. Now going to try and utilize the other side of the map while Clem is properly distracted. But Clem has been pretty good about this. He's probably the most practiced Terran versus these run-bys. Just because Max Pax is the best and most insistent on them, and he faces him all the freaking time. Hero doesn't just expand to the north, he double expands, basically. Hero is going to be on 5, 6, 7 bases as Clem finally takes his 5th, yeah. And that's kind of normal nowadays, I gotta say, but Hero is doing this while being lower in supply, so it can seem a little dangerous, but hey, he takes 2 bases and kills his opponent's 4th base. Doesn't lose the Colossus at the same time either. Gets into the SCV counts a little too. But my god, the supply difference in the army is really important here, guys. The only reason Hero took down that planetary is because Clem was not paying attention. He did not have the Master Pair, I believe, initially. He didn't have all of his army over there. And so it did go down. Nice timing for Hero. But Hero will never have as good of an army as Clem. That is a 31 worker difference. Hero is going to have so much money. We're not quite there yet, though. And he could still take one very bad fight. What is this army? This army is not actually as scary as it pretends to be. But it is a great distraction. On the left side, DTs and Zealots coming in here on top of this planetary. Mass repair as fast as possible, but it's not going to be good enough. Not against the full might of the +3 attack. Zealots and DTs. 2 planetaries go down. One was totally fine, I would say. Maybe not totally fine, but one was fine. 2, that's very painful. That is not easily recovered. Especially as he continues to try and max out his supply. So Hero, he's getting a lot of success with this left-right situation. Well, that's okay. Whoops, I daisy. 1 Colossus going down and 1 injured, so it's basically dead already. That means no Colossus, effectively. Blinked and you miss him. And that is going to be very dead Stalkers as well, unless they abandon ship. Clem finally finding the fight where nothing else was happening. You know, like I said, like the armies have not been that scary for Hero, but they've been in the right place at the right time. And now Clem finally getting an opportunity to take straight up engagement. This is before Hero is really swimming in cash, by the way. He's not yet Scrooge McDuck. If he jumps into the pool of gold coins, he will break his neck. So losing an army fight like that was still very important. And Hero would have preferred not to do it. Now, if he saves... Not even this base. Like, this base, like, it would be, like, nice to save, of course. But if he is able to rebuild his army before, let's say, 2 or 3 Nexus go down, or before, God forbid, his production is camped, then he's probably okay, because these 2 Nexus are doing a lot of heavy lifting. But this is now the game. This is Hero's economy trying to outmatch Clem's brute force. But I guess what's also worth noting is that Clem, with that solid... Like, he could have a 60 supply advantage in army if they both max out. It also means he can leave some army back at home. Hero might die because of his probe count, or he might live because of it. Let's see. 2 Colossus getting a lot of shots off, and a very bulked up Terran force. Marines targeted as well during that. It looks like Clem might barely be able to hang on. Ton of medevac's still available, but I could not tell how many units on the field. Apparently not enough. He was down to about 9, and reinforcements were coming in, forced to evacuate, but Stalkers are on the tail. He has to unload as fast as possible into the reinforcing units, but is it going to be enough? Zealots kind of blocked behind the Stalkers. EMP's going down on the Stalkers, not so much the Zealots, but is it enough? Terran forces, 3-3 versus 3-3. Zealots, now left alone, are taken out, and Clem's reinforcements come in at the nick of time to save those medevacs, which he would not replace easily, by the way. Not only would the medevacs be individually expensive, but then he would have to think about building Vikings as well. He knows that Colossus could be back on the menu at any moment. Zealots, again, hitting that... I don't know what you want to call this. A 4th base, yeah. Looks like Clem had also just F2'd all of his army away. He had a good force. He had like 20 supply over here defending against these attacks, and then he had to F2 it away. But it was necessary, and now that he's dealt with the right side, he's going to try and deal with the left, and this is a lot more vulnerable. These are bases that Hero absolutely needs. If one falls, the next one will fall after. It'll be a domino effect. So Hero's going to make a stand right here. Clem, with a lot of firepower, though, doubling the army supply, sends his marauders forward, trying to kill that Colossus. Not quite going down, though. Not quite going down. Finally goes down. Stalker is not able to match up against the rest of the reinforcements. Here come the Zealots, the shield battery and the cannon, surprisingly helpful. Clem, on his last few minerals, desperately trying to push past this, and is unable to do so. And Hero, swimming still in the minerals, going to rebuild his nexus to the bottom right, and Clem knows that it is over. That is a hold. It will not be a 3-0. Hero fights back, but it required a tremendous amount of effort. That was a cool game. the hell is this map? PT Hellscape 2.0? And we're in a game 4. After this man put up one hell of a fight in the top right of Hellscape, it is Hero. And in the bottom left, we do have Clem. This is the first time I've seen this map. It's not part of the ladder map, right? Just double checking. They have put in maps to this tournament because there was, well, basically a consensus that the map pool for the ladder wasn't the best it could be. So instead, tournaments have taken upon themselves to include maps, either because they didn't like the first maps, the ladder maps, or because, well, diversity is good. Having something change is good. So either the maps were straight up bad, no one liked them, they're all broken, blah, 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 or they just were too boring. And I know that puts the deciders of a map pool in a difficult place. It's like too boring or too crazy, too boring or too crazy. Because crazy can sometimes lead to broken. But what was really a nice thing about the olden days, and I know why they changed it, but still, was that in the olden days, tournaments did this all the time. Tournaments had different versions of maps, or they had straight up different maps. So if you watch MLG, it would have a slight difference to the IPL that you just watched. And that changed because it basically got too convoluted, and pros couldn't practice on the maps they would be playing on. And general public was also kind of sad, they couldn't play on the ladder, fruit land on the ladder or whatever. But I wouldn't mind a return to it, especially as we go more and more into the map conversation. I think one thing that's kind of gone under the radar a little bit with all of the doom and gloom about whether or not we have tournaments at all is also, are we ever going to have a patch again? So how many months has it been since the last patch? Not that long, because we're so used to yearly patches, but are we ever going to have a patch again? Who knows? And if we're never going to have a patch, then you 100% have to go down the Brood War path, which is to make the maps the patches. Oh yeah, and they brought back old maps too. Yeah, so another reason why you wouldn't want to play on them. With that spiel aside, let's talk about that last game. That last game was really good. Hero on the brink of defeat, I think 2 times in that game. One when he was back guarding his 4th, and his 5th seemed like a Hail Mary. And then the second time was when he was being beat by the superior army. And if Clem had not lost both planetaries worth of income, I think Hero would have lost. After he lost that army and then lost his 5th, then Clem would have been able to actually push through the top left and anyway. But he did lose 2 planetaries at once. And to armies that individually could have been easily handled, but separately perfect timings did a very successful job. Like pinpoint precision, this is what needed to be done to ensure Hero could win this game. Can we get the same situation again? I have no idea, because the map is really different. That was a straight up macro game too, so I'm not gonna say like, well, it was a weird one, right? So that's why Hero won. Like Hero can obviously win, but that was a real struggle. Clem is gonna go for a Raven and Interference Matrix. This hallucination could misread that as Banshee and Cloak. You could also mind game, because you'd be like, well, what if you wanted me to think it was Banshee, but it's actually Raven? What if you think it was a Raven, but then it was actually a Banshee? And what if you thought it was a Banshee, then I would think it was a Raven, but it was actually a Banshee after all? Like, you do a lot of things. So why don't you just go ahead and set a second hallucination out and see that it's a Raven? That's so much easier. And that's exactly what he does. Interference Matrix was actually canceled, so that could have been a fake. Considering that Colossus quickly is not a guarantee from Hero. And case in point, we have Charge on the way. Yeah, Interference Matrix might not be worth it in general. But it does look like, especially coming in with a double fake, if you will, the Phoenix checked again, and then Interference Matrix started up again. It was certainly a cloak fake, one that Hero was not wanting to fall for. So he checked and checked again. Reaper did get into the main? No, the Raven got into the main. Hello, excuse me. And the Raven sees the Twilight Council, but this is not something you even think of being a fake. Because it's Twilight Council and it's researching. It's gotta be Blink. It's gotta be Blink. Except it's not. But the starport doesn't. I don't know. Asymmetrical balance. I don't know. Legitimately, I don't know. You'd have to ask the developers of StarCraft why that is. And, you know, my guess would just be that it looked cool. Like, there's some games which are examples of thinking to esports first, and they have nothing cool. And then there are games that are just totally oblivious to esports, and they have a lot of cool shit, but it's totally broken. And then StarCraft has managed to meet in the middle a little bit. But it would not surprise me if they were like, the Stargate show. Wouldn't that be fucking cool? Anyway, it's Charge Lot Storm. 2-base Charge Lot Storm. This is not very common. And we did see Charge Lot Storm last week, but even that I think was off of 3 bases. More so, this was very direct to Storm. And the Raven is going to notice that very soon. The High Templar is going to be seen. It is seen. Now you know exactly what it is. If there's a High Templar, there's not going to be Colossus. Not this quickly. And what can they afford? Charge Lots! Auto turret harassment. Still possible, apparently, despite the feedback threat. An anti-armor missile could still be helpful if the Raven does want to be included. Third CC is on the way for Clem. I'm really taking a look at the map. Third base coming down here, almost certainly. Fourth here, most likely. And then we got these corner bases. These are like a squiggle. It's like someone drew on MS Paint. They're like, squiggle. Oh, shit. What the hell? Oh, storm drops. Oh. Totally forgot to watch out for those. 11 SEV goes down. I had a late reaction, but I thought Clem would have had a faster one. Hero totally caught him by surprise. I was looking at the squiggle. We got gold, but then also kind of a mineral wall. That's such a weird place for a mineral wall. I guess they're thinking ultimate late game stalemate scenario. All right, so the storm drop was great. 100%. Storm drop was fantastic. It is not the end of the game. And in fact, Hero still has a little bit of that timer that comes with Charge Archon, or Charge Storm, which is that when EMPs do appear, the storms are going to get really difficult to use. But Clem, in a weird... I think this is actually very odd. He knows he's playing against Charge Storm, but he decided to go and try and meet it, which can be one of the most difficult ways to engage. Whereas defensively, you can pre-split, you can have your tanks pre-sieged. But in this case, he's got to siege him during the fight. Now, also in this case, he gets one hell of a surround. He's able to micro all over the place, not tucked into his own choke, and hell, who am I to criticize? That went totally poorly for Hero. Now he doesn't have any storms. Maybe he has one. He has one storm. He has one storm. There's Velo weak units. There it is. A couple Marauders do end up falling. No, what the hell is Raven doing here? Clem was able to come in all around the storms, but then if he had been found out just moving with a tank siege, the storms could have been dropped on him. I still would say it's a dangerous maneuver what Clem did. So often against Storm Temp... Why can't I say this? Charge Storm. You would see the Terran defend and pre-split and pre-siege and then desperately try and get to Ghosts. But to move out... Well, it worked. It worked for him. Hero was able to clap back a bit, though, and oh no, the timing of this. Oh, he did check for an observer, but the timing is just unfortunate. He is able to unload, though, prior to the full might of the Protoss army bearing down on him, and that's putting him into an okay position. But no, he didn't lift the command center! Oh! Clem is starting to struggle. Uh-oh. What are all these maps? Who are you? Where am I? What is this? Arrowholm. You're an Arrowholm. It actually looks like a really basic map. I still don't recognize it. Apparently, it's been used in the OSC tournaments. But I mean, it seems like a basic map. I think Clem might be a little shook. Might be a little shaken up here. There's a third game, you know, he lost it, but it was a hard-fought battle. Fair enough. But he was kind of, I guess, supposed to win at certain points. And then the last game, as we're tied up here 2-2, was very un-Clem-like, actually. Despite the really cool surround that ended up happening, I would say it was almost a lucky break. Because, again, I don't... And this is from watching Clem, by the way. This isn't like this other guy always stays at home. This is a general Terran thing and something we've seen Clem do against Charge Storm before. Because it's just, you know, it makes a lot of sense. If you move out, your tanks aren't sieged, your bio isn't pre-split, you don't know where the War Prism's coming in from, so they could just kind of, you know, stack storms as you run around trying to get to a better location. There's logic to it. I'm not insane. You don't really want to move out like that. So it's almost like Clem, although he absolutely 100% knew that it was Storm and it's got to be Charge and there's got to be an attack. These are all things that come together. Truly. He still moved out. And then, I mean, the drop, like I said, was very unfortunate timing. You know, that might not have been a bad maneuver, but again, Charge Storm is a very aggressive way of playing. And it's not a hero special to do a second attack with Charge Storm. So it kind of feels like Clem, who in a better headspace might have predicted everything ASAP, been totally calm, cool, and collected, and again made that look easy peasy, like some of the other maps here in this best of 5. But it felt more like actually he was a little too distracted. And then that was ultimately shown in his distraction that led to his 3rd CC dying without being lifted. It's very un-Clem-like. So it's feeling like he's kind of been pushed back onto his heels. And now it's up to Hero to continue the relentless onslaught. If he's found momentum, carry it through. And he's kind of doing that. He's got a Zealot opener this time around. They've been okay to not okay. I don't think they've been any stronger than that. But I like the idea. You've gotten 2 wins in a row. You're bringing back the series. Clem is the one now a little scared, although he does have the best of 3 to fall back on. If Clem loses, he gets another best of 3. If Clem wins, then Hero doesn't have the same opportunity. Run, little Marine, run! Clem, not a good start for him. No bunker. Although 3 Marines, you deal with a Zealot. We know that the other units come in, so... In an ideal world, Clem builds a bunker. Kind of just, you know... That's it. That's what happens. He builds a bunker, and then it's not quite done unless you really get to it quickly, which requires, I think, some pauses on the rest of your build. 5 Marines will take care of this. I have no idea what the rush distance is of this map. It doesn't look that big, though. The Zealot will survive, and that is important, as one little swipe of the Zealot could be a big difference maker. It's charging up its shields again. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Get a swipe, get a swipe. Didn't quite do it. Second Marine was there to help its buddy out. Now the Adept needs to skedaddle. Overall, the reactive Marines do handle this. And I guess I said, you know, you'd want to build a bunker, and that would be the easiest way to deal with this. If you have a bunker before the Zealot shows up, easy peasy, but again, you'd have to cut into your build a little bit for it. But reactor to Marine, right off the bat, getting that reactor does give you a good amount of production. So in a way, it's kind of a counter to it, assuming that your micro is really good. And Clem showed some pretty good micro. You also have a ramp, which does need to be stated. If there's a high run advantage that you can take advantage, sure, okay. But if Clem had messed up his micro, I wouldn't have been surprised if we had a kind of urgent Clem tap out. He's done it before, after losing games, then having an awkward start. But we're past that. He's fine. Adept's gonna die, actually. Probably not Hero's intention, although he might have been desperate to see what was behind the barracks. But this time around, it's going to be a barracks behind it, so there wasn't really a lot of information. He did see the medevac, he did see the Marines, he knows about the Hellions. So all in all, he did get some scouting, and he was maybe preparing to meet it head on, but all of his units coming in from different locations, not quite in that ball. They're getting torn apart. 2 Stalkers will go down. Third one weak, I believe. Not just a little bit. It is a 3-gate, not a 4-gate. I'm like triple checking this time. But Clem was going for a move out, which could have turned sour. Instead, might have been perfectly timed. Finds 2 Stalkers, finds the War Prism, understands the intent of Hero at this point, and might be able to buy some time to get this bunker. Tank is out, sieging up as well. War Prism's got to lift to the Stalkers. That was very close. Tank almost getting a second shot, not quite. War Prism is injured. So while those Marines looked like they should have just tried their best to run back home, stopping and trying to get that injured might have been the better choice. The tank is going to pop out, but the medevac's going to be dead by then, so an unfortunate loss there for Clem. Auto turret comes down, refocuses on the War Prism, definitely the right move. And now nothing else shoots up. Oh, a Viking shoots up, a Viking shoots up, a Viking shoots up. Ooh. Hero having a little bit too much fun in the main, not realizing that a Viking was being produced. Otherwise, he would not have gone so deep. But Hero's 3-gate was a 3-gate, not a 4-gate, wasn't as dedicated. Gets his third next a little bit faster, doesn't invest into as many Stalkers. But he also didn't do as much damage. So it's a bit troublesome. That game 3 was off the 4-gate, wasn't it? It's even... That makes that comeback for Hero even more impressive. Well, Sim Combat Shields +1 on the way alongside a 3rd CC for Clem. Hero, it's gone into Colossus. And the charge worked out really, really well, but clearly going back to the old standard more so on this map, Arrow Home. I'm sure there's a way I'm supposed to pronounce it. If you have to roll your R's for this, I'm screwed. I can't roll my R's. That's why, one of the reasons I didn't take Spanish in high school. The other reason was that I thought everyone was going to do it, and apparently I was a bit of a hipster. But I took Spanish recently, and that's when I learned that, actually, rolling your R's isn't even that common in Spanish. Like, there are words where you roll your R's, the double R, but it's not nearly as common as I thought it was. So maybe I could have taken Spanish. Anyway. Hero's certainly not going to be able to stop this 3rd CC, but when his Colossus are out, he might be able to try and bully it a little. Let's see the positions. You're not going to push through that very well. You know, you can obviously push through this, but then you have to go up a choke into the Nashville to get damage done. You know, I don't think you really want to push into this. You don't want to go up the ramp, but then they could go down the ramp into you with still a good concave. I could teach you. Yeah. This guy in chat knows like 5 languages. I've kind of given up hope on trying to ever communicate in a separate language, but it's not the most pressing matter right now. Yar. Hero's getting a 4th base as well as moving his army into that bullying position. This is where those tanks are really important, keeping them alive. 3 of them, too, not just 2 of them. He does not have interference matrix yet again. Well, the problem is always transferring that reactor onto a tech lab. It is an important amount of attention given to it. So as you know, probably would be nice to have interference matrix. It's not worth the time to go back, swap off, and then swap back as soon as the Raven energy is done. Then get to building Vikings, which he really needs. There are not 3 Colossus, there are only 2, so that's the good news. Maybe he's in no trouble whatsoever. I mean, what even was that, actually? There's a 30 supply difference here. Hero immediately getting smacked back. I just don't know what his plan is for the 3 tanks, which are very properly protected. This Disruptor could be a goner. Yep, it is. Zealots on top of the ramp here, but then losing their charge when the rest of the main army really comes into effect. See, I don't mind him being on this side of the map at all, because I think this is what Protoss typically do. But actually pushing into this, I don't think is going to work. But Hero is the master of proving casters wrong, so I'm holding my breath here. It does seem very unideal. Like, I was just, even before the armies were here, I was looking at this and thinking, nah, I don't think it's a really good push point for Protoss. It's not a complication to defend the Protoss army here. On some other maps, defending your 3rd alongside your natural, alongside a potential 4th is way more complicated. But Clem does move out a little bit because he did want that 4th base. Zealots come up on top of the tanks. Those Widow Mines just got gigantic shots. The Vikings still in the skies, waiting to tear down the 2 actual Colossus. Looks like a second Warp Prism went down as the focus. And Clem is a little shyer about taking his 4th. Pushing into Clem was difficult, but then Clem pushing into the 4th can also be difficult. Little Raven harassment, because why not? Not helping out too much on the front lines, although an anti-armor missile could always be helpful. But it's chosen to go for harassment. Disruptors are in the mix, but this is not the best use of disruptors we've ever seen. Even if they still one-shot, that was not a good choice. 5th base now coming down for Hero. Raven is still around. Oh, okay, well, might want to move that one. Raven is still around for more harassment later on, and Hero does give up on the idea of, well, pushing, and then I think eventually he just wanted to stall at the 4th. So eventually he wanted to push, didn't work out, and it was like, oh, at least I'll stall the 4th, and he did. Like a good 10 minutes something. But Clem now has the 4th, which is going to be a planetary, which only has one choke. God, I expected another avenue. That's how big this is, but now it's only got 1 choke to defend. I could see this actually being a very turtly map. 5th has multiple, so maybe not. But regardless, that 4th is pretty well protected. A Liberator or 2, or even just some SimCity, honestly, would make it very difficult to push through. Upgrades. Upgrades are 2-2 for Clem in just 1 second here. Hero is 2-1. That's not bad. That's not abnormal. But Hero did never go into Double Forge, which is going to become a bigger and bigger problem as time goes on. Not a lot of Stalkers in position as the Vikings look to just go ahead and crash in on the Colossus. Their losses be damned. I think only 1 Viking went down or something, man. That was totally worth it. Disruptors are now the last hope for Hero. There's a lot of Zealots, but they're going to be running into a choke, into the Widow Mines, into the Mass Marines. And even the Vikings, man. Even the Vikings were there to help out. Hero has nothing to bridge the gap. He's just gotta shove more Zealots into Clem's face. That's his plan right now. Oh, what a choke. And now he realizes that's not gonna work, so he's gonna try and divvy up his army once again. That worked so well in Game 3, but it was a different map and a different opportunity. Woo! Nice last-second split, to be honest. This Disruptor's gonna get taken out the same as a tank. The question is, the Zealots get into every nook and cranny and be as obnoxious as possible, because that's the best thing they can do right now. I don't think they want to take a main engagement. But they could get into the natural, 3rd, 4th, main, perhaps. And they do not. Never mind. And the fourth wasn't really an option because it's planetary. So the Zealots just took a real great tour. They went through basically a bunch of war zones. It's like you went on a tour through Afghanistan and Iraq for funsies, like tourism. And somehow they actually came out alive, but maybe not for very much longer. Now they're forcing themselves through a choke. Vikings forced to lift to take care of this Colossus that's appeared. Actually, two. Oh, he's building two at a time. That would make sense. But the Vikings are alive, and so if Hero was hoping to catch the Vikings, if anything were to happen from that little runaround game, maybe you caught the Vikings, that would have been pretty worth it, because then suddenly, boom, Vikings dead. 4 Colossus show up, not just 1 or 2. The Terran could actually be in some trouble. Not what happened. We also had Hero really take an extended break from upgrades, so he's only just now getting to +2 armor. He's prioritizing the armor, realizing the Zealots need some help here. But he's so late to the upgrades. 4 Colossus against now what is only 5 Vikings. Clem does need to worry about that, especially as he's pushing through the choke as well. The choke benefits no one. EMPs hitting the Zealots that are already injured, just a matter of microing well enough to eventually whittle them down. Once the Zealots are gone, the Colossus will be relatively vulnerable. They're also now going to be distracted. Guarantee they're going to be hitting some stupid refinery or some shit. Clem trying to move in on this, but his army is getting slaughtered by the Colossus, man. Like, he can't get close enough fast enough. Now Zealots are coming in, and Clem is realizing he's in some trouble. The Colossus, I mean, transition, if you will. The re-addition of Colossus has really caught him by surprise. He is making 4 Vikings at a time now, and we're at a point where if he had just had up to 12 Vikings, he probably could have taken care of them because the stock count's not very high. He's going to take down almost 2 Colossus with the Vikings, 1 barely surviving. Disruptor once again not going to get a shot, having a micro back from the Zealots though, but the Colossus not a part of it. The ideal situation is the Colossus shooting all the time and the Zealots buffering for them. Colossus were not shooting the right thing, and actually Clem takes advantage of it. Anti-armor missile comes in at minute 15 and a half. Better late than never. The Vikings were the real ticket there, and they finally are taken care of. Now it's only Disruptors, which Clem has been masterfully handling. Once again, not letting that one get a shot, landing the Vikings to help out against the Zealots. Clem's supply up by 30, but Hero did expand behind all that aggression as Clem held on for dear life around his 3rd. Hero grabbed the 5th base at the top, as well as another base at the bottom here. Although this base is not going to mine, so he's only on 5 bases to what is shortly going to be 5 of the Terran, and not the ideal scenario for Protoss. Certainly a long way away from Game 3. Hero is down 5,000 resources, needs that extra economy to make up for them. He also, again, doesn't really have that strong of an army now, especially that Clem's 3-3 is finished. Clem could also start backing up his attack with Liberators, which would have +2 ship weapons. Currently affecting the Vikings, which now are going to be able to take out any Colossus production whatsoever. Pretty almost basically useless Colossus right there. I think this is going to be it, guys. Hero put up one hell of a fight. But this is going to be it. Colossus gets taken down. Disruptor will not get the shot. He will simply lift and leave to the main. And now there's tons of things to pick at. Pylons, gateways, forges. I mean, so much of the army was Vikings, but Vikings are fine here. More than fine. GG's. Clem, the last minute, makes the final stand and will win the best of 5. GG's. That was a fun PvT. It looked like it was going to be one-sided for the first 2 games. And then Hero came out swinging finally. But still not enough. And that's going to be it for me, guys. Thanks so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the commentary. VODs will be up on my YouTube in the future. I might stream tomorrow because I'm not going to be streaming on Wednesday. I'm going to be participating in the protests at our state's capital. So that'll be fun. It'll be my first protest. I'm looking forward to lots of mulling around. Hopefully just mulling around anyway. Anyway, so that'll be TBD. TBD on the streams. But at the very least, I'll be back Thursday. All right. Hope you guys have a wonderful Monday, and I will see you guys in the future. Bye-bye.